Bula. We are aboard the SS Thunder Cloud in the channel at Cloudbreak, bringing you day 3, the semifinals and hopefully finals of the 2023 Fiji Surf Pro Kai Cachidorian Jace Ponabianco, bringing it to you live. And thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world. Let's get you up to date on the situation right now. We are in the channel at Cloudbreak. It is roughly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Head Judge Angela Cochran has called the contest on. The first start of the women's semi is going to be at 2:30. We are right there. In front of me is a abundance of ocean energy. Jace, you have been filming from the channel. There are square barrels pouring into Cloudbreak. Tell me what you've seen so far.
I've seen classic Cloudbreak. Beautiful barrels by Cole Rothman,
Yes.
Matt Miola, also from Maui. It's just been exactly the image that you see in your mind when you see a surf magazine, and the perfect Fijian barrel is right there. And we're going to get a giant piece of it today for windsurfing. We're so lucky to be with you, and very, very happy to be broadcasting it to you around the world.
Thank you to everybody who has helped make this possible, starting with Fiji Tourism, Fiji Airways, Fiji Surf Company, the IWT, the PWA, and thank you also to the local Fijians who have been so hospitable in opening up their kingdom to us. We mean to only complete this event in as little bit of a footprint as possible. We want to hand back this beautiful break to everybody who can use it and share it with us. We are here to do this as efficiently as possible, and today looks like the day to do it. The wind has done a little bit of a shift. We are getting perfect windsurfing conditions now, right as the tide is bottoming out, and that's going to set the stage for us to see the tide switch back low going to high right when the wind's picking up, and hopefully the men's semis and the women's final and men's final can commence as well, and this event will be completed today.
That's the way you want it if you're a sailor. You want the tide coming up a little bit so it's not quite so dangerous. It's definitely looking perfect right now. You were talking about it earlier. This is all we're going to have to do is point the camera at it, and Cloudbreak is going to do the rest. Can't wait to see what our sailors, their bravery. Can't wait to see, some of the moves that we're going to get. It's going to be one for the ages. I'm really looking forward to it.
There's roughly 10 sailors warming up right now, trying to give the surfers their last little bit. By order of the Minister of Fiji, we are being granted exclusive access to one of the best waves in the world, and we do not take that lightly. It's a responsibility to be very efficient about this and get this done and dusted. We are right at the point of holding this. But yesterday, Jace, we ran the quarterfinals, and we definitely had a more challenging situation with smaller waves and more technical riding being required by our competitors.
Yes.
And it resulted in everybody's going to advance, but we've definitely had some more casualties in the brackets. But before we get into talking about that, why don't we run the quarterfinal highlight video? We've got about a 6-minute video which is going to show the highlights of the quarterfinal rounds, and that'll tell a lot of the story of what happened yesterday. So we are awaiting that, and here we go with that. All right, action. That was some action, Jace. No question about it. The quarterfinals really lent themselves to a lot of situations that competitors find themselves with a certain amount of time to find high-scoring rides. The conditions definitely were challenging, Jace. There was a few casualties, which we'll go over. However, the level of riding, the game changed a little. It became a little bit more of a technical battle, trying to link some of these waves through the different sections since it wasn't as big. You found riders who interpreted it differently.
Absolutely.
And now you look at who's left, and we have these bigger waves again. It's like this perfect little stanza to bring this to a crescendo where now you have proper sized cloud break to play with, and the riders remaining. We have 8 riders left in this. There's going to be 2 semis. 2 people are going to advance out of 4-man heats, bringing us a 4-man final and woman final, and that will decide this. So we have basically, if we can punch up the brackets, please, we will take a look at our current situation here aboard the SS Thunder Cloud on a sunny South Pacific day here, as you see. Here's our bracket. In the first semi, if you look to the left side of your screen, you have Antoine Albert, Ricardo Campello, Baptiste Clorec, and Anthony Runez. That is the first semi. And the road to that semi, certainly for all these sailors, was a very challenging one. No question about it. You have all of these heats are at the highest level of difficulty here. On the other side, men's semi number 2, Antoine Martin, Takuma Sugi, Robbie Swift, and Mark Perret Rico. And these are very big heats on all sides of the draw. And if you look at some of the names that didn't make it out of the quarters, a Bant Rodinger, a casualty, Morgan Noiro, a casualty. Somebody who was on his game as well was Flo Zhang. And these are just how it shakes down in these brackets. On the other side, Leon Jammer with a monumental effort coming up just short. And Jake Shedaway as well sailed a great heat, but it's only to advance, and these situations, present themselves. And finally, Federico Mauricio not quite making it out of that heat along with Takara Ishii. So Jace, based on yesterday's setting the table for today, and with the first round, with our reigning world champion knocked out, this has brought the title equation wide open. And for the men right now, I don't know if I've ever seen a world title race so wide open.
No, there's opportunities everywhere. People like Ricardo Campello, Robbie Swift, these guys that have been on tour a long time, they have got to be looking at this as the opportunity of a lifetime.
100%. And those are 2 very good examples, because they're also very good friends with reigning world champion Brazinho. And the thing about this is that the conditions have risen to the level of this moment. We're talking about 6 to 8 foot cloud break. I don't know if we can get a lineup shot, but this is happening right now. Guys are dropping into waves. Here we go. And that on this wave is Takuma Sugi with Takara Ishii behind him. And it's absolutely monumental right now. Cloud break is firing on all cylinders, and you're looking at a 3-wave stack here. This is a good size wave for every single rider here. And I mean, this should not be lost on anybody at home. This is going to be one of the epic days of windsurf history, and it is unfolding right now. And again, just super grateful to be here bringing this to you. Level of anticipation is through the roof. And that's the best part right now, is that the conditions and Fiji here at Cloudbreak have actually risen to the occasion.
It really matches the position that we're in right now. The conditions are going to be amazing. The rider's going to have a chance to just shine. And, there's going to have to be some bravery today, too. A little bit different than yesterday. You add the size, and you definitely add the consequences.
Absolutely. Looking at some of the consequences in the surf session, there were guys not making out of the barrels and breaking their board straight away. The forecast is for 15 to 17 knots, maybe some 18 knot gusts by the time we're rolling right around 5 o'clock. I would say that my expectation and my hopes were that we would be seeing exactly what we're seeing right now with 25 minutes to go before we start. And we are actually going to start with the women's semi. So let's also discuss that briefly. We can put up the women's bracket, please. And the women haven't sailed yet in the contest. So this is going to be their first go here. And ladies first today. So while we punch that up, you have a nice look at this lineup. Here's the women's bracket. Jane Seaman, Jessica Crisp, Sarah Hauser, and Sol de Greek from Belgium. And she's 13 years old and definitely in the biggest moment of her young career. And I will verse a little bit about Jane Seaman and Jessica Crisp, both representing Australia. And Jessica Crisp, a multiple-time world champion. She won the Aloha Classic last year as well. And they are locked in a battle with Hauser and de Greek. Now, Sarah Hauser comes into this event kind of going back to her roots, Jace, a native of New Caledonia, right next door here to Cloudbreak, and some of the waves that she grew up sailing were very similar to Cloudbreak. And we did see Sarah out early in the first round before it started, getting some great rides. And for sure, she is now looking at this as a massive opportunity.
Well, Sarah's looking to get back on top in the tour rankings. You can definitely tell that she's comfortable in this environment. Being from New Caledonia, the waves are similar. I would say not quite as ferocious as Cloudbreak, because Cloudbreak's just on a different level. But Sarah's definitely one of the sailors in the bracket who's willing to really push things.
Absolutely, and all the credit in the world to Sol de Greek, who's in this massive moment, and I think just absorbing this one wave at a time, and will have a lifetime full of memories by the time this is done and dusted, no matter what happens. Now, on the other side of this bracket, multiple world champion, freestyle, and wave. Sarakita Ofringa opens up with Maria Andres, Angela Cochran, and Coco Fuveau. And this is another very compelling draw. Sarakita Ofringa, male or female, one of the best windsurfers in the world, hands down. Her level of prowess and just the range of her ability, based on her initial freestyle background. I was speaking with her not too long ago here, and she kind of identified herself as a wave sailor. Like, I'm now, focusing on waves. And when I heard that, it was a moment of clarity for me, because you identify with people's career paths and what brought them to prominence. And obviously, Sarakita Ofringa has earned the right to be here. And I think for her, it's as big of a moment in her career as well. Look, she's won the Aloha Classic. She's won at the highest level. But she understands the pedigree of Cloudbreak.
Yeah, if you win at Cloudbreak, that's something that you're going to have in your memory for the rest of your life. And it means something more. It's like winning at Pipe. One thing that I would say is that there are no easy heats in any of these draws, and from the couple days that I spent here before the event happened, Coco was a complete surprise to me. Mm-hmm. No offense, I didn't know too much about her sailing, but when you watched her in the days before the contest started, she was so fearless in like 8 to 10 foot legit bombing Cloudbreak. And she was just charging. So I'm very excited to see what happens today, particularly when there are waves of consequence out there, Kai.
Maria Andres, who won the IWT Tour not that long ago, and Angela Cochran rounding this second semi out as a veteran wave sailor and another world champion to boot. And, Angela brings a lot of pedigree to this because she's also the head wave judge. So I think what you're seeing here are some of the more veteran sailors on both sides of this draw who are realizing, probably more than anybody, the gravity of this moment and the opportunity to compete in a place like Cloudbreak. And we're winding down here. We're 20 minutes away from the start of this. And looking beyond these semis, once we get a little bit further into the groove here, as this is going, you're going to understand some of the strategies the competitors are going to employ, and that has everything to do, Jace, with the actual conditions. And let's break this down now, because we are in Fiji here, which is Cloudbreak is a south-facing exposure. So we are facing basically down that gauntlet between New Zealand and Australia, the Hobart Strait, if you will. And there are low pressures that are fanning out from under Australia, and they kind of they bend a little bit. These low pressures will have different personalities to them, longer and shorter fetches. A fetch is a sustained area of wind. That's what creates our swell. Locally, we have the southeast trade wind, which oscillates between more south-southeast and more east. And the more east it is, the more offshore it will be. Jace, it seems like it's a touch to the south-southeast. It's not straight offshore.
It seems like it's a little bit better aligned than it was yesterday. Particularly if you watched the broadcast yesterday, you would have seen the guys at the very end of the wave. They were getting pushed out. It seemed like the aerials were hard to make. Yes. Some of the top turns, they'd be kind of sliding out the back. Yes. I don't think that we're going to have as much of that as a problem today.
No, guys, everybody's chipping in from below here. If you look carefully, you're going to start to see how this manifests. You're on the very inside wave at Cloudbreak. Here comes a sailor into the right hand of your screen who is coming into this wave from below. And this is a nice thing to be able to do, even though he's a little too far away from it, because what it means is that you're not forced to sit in the actual behind the impact zone. You can chip in from the side, which is going to lend itself to a lot of different approaches. Here you see another rider.
That might be Coco.
That is Coco Fuvel, and she's got a nice wave here, and this is a great way to get started. And you see that maybe, she's playing it a little on the safe side, not trying to ride too deep because she isn't even in a heat yet. But no sooner had I said that wave started catching up to her dramatically, and she actually gets caught from behind here, Jace. I don't know if you saw that on your screen, but she's going to have the full shish kebabs experience here. Jace, longtime local Johnny Price here. Our kind of, he's on our hip, so to speak. He's hanging around. He knows this place really well. One thing he told me was, boy, there's going to be some carnage today, mate.
And he's right.
Yeah, and he's right. And what he's describing is the situation that we just saw unfold with Coco Fuval on that wave. She looked like she was ahead of it. I was even saying the same thing. And all of a sudden, the wave bended in to the inside shish kebab section, and there was a square barrel behind her. And all of a sudden, it just clipped her.
And she's late. All of a sudden, you're late. You thought you were way too early, and then all of a sudden, you're late.
So the timing is super important on this, and the read, and being able to look at this like, hey, I might sacrifice this one section in the effort to make the entire wave number one.
Yes.
But there's an element of self-preservation at stake here too. Listen, Cloudbreak is in charge here. There is no other way to put it.
I have one observation for you, which is that we saw yesterday that some of the aerials that the guys were doing were putting them into position for the rest of the wave. And that's one of the things that I'm going to say is going to happen today, where you're going to see guys where they look like they're late and they are forced into doing the aerial to clear the section and to be able to finish the rest of the wave.
Right.
I guarantee you that's going to happen, and it's also going to make for some horrible wipeouts.
I mean, you are as Jace is saying, you are forced to do what they call an aerial off the lip, where you go high up to the top of the wave and spring off the lip. And that's just a standard move in wave sailing, on an advanced level. Normally at a place like Coquipa, you do an aerial, you land, and you might have enough time to kind of think about your next move and turn. Here, you have to make an aerial to even make the wave. And that was the situation Coco was in. And it looks like her gear unfortunately got damaged. You see her right there getting towed in by the jet ski. So, Shish Kebab's 1, Coco Fuvo 0, and she is going to now, reassemble.
A bit of inside knowledge. This is a bad thing for Coco. She was telling me that she only has one set of everything, so she does not have spares. So this in some way is going to affect, the rigging that she's able to do.
Well, I don't see that her sail is ripped. And it appears to me that the only thing Coco's going to need is a mast.
All right. We could probably find that around
Yes,
here.
And maybe, her boyfriend Morgan has a little extra something for her.
There you go.
Now, we're taking a look at the situation. Now we are 17 minutes away from starting this. And let's just keep talking about the conditions briefly. We have a southwest swell at about 16-second period, 1.5 meters. Translated into Hawaiian terms, it's about 6 to 8 foot Hawaiian.
Which is confusing too, because that's about 12 to something
right.
foot.
What we will say about that, it is over mast high and going about 300 yards long.
Yes.
It is epic cloud break. And the situation in terms of the wind direction, the way the wave bends into the reef here, as we look at some of these surf camp establishment boats clearing the water for us, thank you, is that the wave bends in. And so the further down the line you ride it, the more offshore it becomes. It does a real remarkable turn right in front of us here. And the sail size decisions and the board volume decisions all factor into how you want to position yourself on. But in this condition, it's opening up a few options. Why? Because it's not so offshore that you get locked into the wave. You are given some options, but the read and the line are super important right now, Jason. Absorb the lesson from Coco Fuveau and try to understand exactly what you're going to have a plan for based on some of these waves coming in. Obviously, we were discussing judging. We'll touch on that briefly. And that is that judging the wave itself that you're on is a factor. If you're on a really nice wave,
you're already getting points.
You're already getting points, but you have to take advantage. In other words, if I went and soul arched on this nice, clean green wall and did nothing, I'm not going to beat somebody who gets a little smaller wave and goes to town on it.
Yeah.
So the level of aggressiveness in the riding and the risk, Jace,
yes.
The risk being taken is going to be factored in here. And it's not irresponsible risk. It's riding the wave's asking to be ridden. And I think that with this level of wave here, once again, you're looking at Cloudbreak being totally in control of the situation. We are just along for the ride. These competitors are trying to decipher the code of how to bring Cloudbreak to their side and catch the best waves. We have 2 waves counting, and that is factored in. So we have a couple highlight reels here, and right now I would say that the running is still open for this. If we can, real quickly take a lineup shot, super quickly, because a real big set's coming in here, and I think you at home want to take a look at this if we can. There it is. And I'm just going to quiet down and let you guys watch Cloudbreak silently for a second here. That's absolutely amazing, Jace. Yeah.
It's perfection.
It really is. We're really lucky to be here. It's awesome. And that, to me, looked like...
It was Antoine Martin on the first wave. Second wave is RRD sail, looks like. Maybe one of the Japanese riders.
Anyway, we'll just call them the riders there. It's a little bit far for us to tell. All right, back to our first of 3 awards. And these are still open, obviously. These are just our leaders in the categories so far. We're not crowning these winners yet.
A lot can happen in a day.
A lot can happen in a day, especially a day like today. So the first award is the Enfuego Highest Heat Score Award. And that's going to go to Baptiste Clarec with a 14.80, in which he tossed himself off a thick Cloudbreak lip skyward and landed in the flats. Jace, your shot of that shows him landing practically below sea level. Take me through that.
Yeah, well, he landed knee deep in the shot, which is amazing. And with absolute reckless abandon. I love guys that sail like that. He went to being my favorite sailor in the world in that moment. And it was great. And, as a filmmaker, when you know that you've gotten a great shot,
yeah,
there's nothing better. I love it.
And so that's a cumulative heat score. That's not just a score for one wave. Clarec, in that round 1, rewrote the book on a lot of things. He took the biggest risk almost out of anybody. Now, we'll get to the person who probably risked it all for a different type of award. But our second award, since we see the scores and there's only really one winner so far. Now, this is still open. Mind you, that a 14.8 is a good situation, but it might get beat today. We have yet to see. Now, that's that. That's the Clarec's in the lead for that. Now, our Flight to Happiness Award, the Fiji Airways Flight to Happiness Award, as you can imagine, goes to Baptiste Clarec for this fantastic skyward aerial. which, by the way,
Paul Van
still put him on the rocks at Shish Kebab. And yes, that is a fantastic drone angle by the one and only Paul Van Bellen. I mean, that is amazing. Let's watch this a couple times. Jace.
Just unbelievable timing. A little bit up underneath the lip, and he got the projection so far that he actually outruns the drone for a second. But like you were saying, the ending to this is still bad. Even though he just does it absolutely perfectly, when he lands, the wave actually just runs him over, and it's straight onto the rocks.
Yeah, that was his reward for making the aerial. And he had this other aerial where his rig disappeared in the barrel, and his rig survived. How? Well, anyway, this is the one-way ticket to Shish Kebab's award, and our leader in this category is Marcilio Brazinho Brown for this cartwheel into the pit.
Awful.
It really, it shows the consequences. And, Brow got pounded. I saw him that night. He was shook up. He said he got held under for a really long time, and as you see, he still hasn't come up for air here.
And he's wearing float. He didn't pull, but he is wearing float.
That's a pounding.
It is.
That's a one-way ticket to Shish Kebabs.
Yes, and he just wasn't in control. Those are those sort of things that go wrong where the lip hits you and it sends you into this cartwheeling spin where he did not know where he was, and that's where the worst wipeouts happen. And it just put him into the worst section in the lip possible.
Touching on Brazinho, our reigning world champion, Marcilio Brown, showed up in Fiji as prepared as possible.
Yeah, he's a true professional.
And he's a true professional in every sense of the word, and preparedness and everything else. And what it does go to show you is all the preparation in the world, sets you up for the opportunity that he had. And he took his shot. And, that's what we want to encourage here, Jace.
Absolutely.
Is that the judges know the level of risk involved. Certainly, when you are windsurfing at Cloudbreak, you are doing so at the direct risk of going on to Shish Kebabs every wave you ride. That is very clear cut.
Well, a half second earlier with that, that was glory.
Exactly.
A half second, and it was glory.
He definitely gave it a look, and he's certainly, far and away in the lead for that category, the Fiji Airways one-way ticket to Shish Kebabs award. So, those are our categories with some of our sub-awards that we're giving out at the end of this competition.
I like that. That's really fun.
Thank you, Fiji Airways. And, a one-way ticket to Fiji
that's
would be good too.
Yeah.
Not from Fiji. Anyway.
And definitely not the Shish Kebabs.
No,
thank you.
That ticket is a free ticket, by the way. You are getting frequent flyer points for going on to Shish Kebabs, and I am just telling you that having gone on the rocks at many of the world's best waves, this one takes the cake. It is an ordeal, and what will happen is you will waste a lot of time. You will hopefully not get completely cut, but a lot of our comrades here have some reef tattoos.
It's an interesting place, Kai, because a lot of people before we got here, they were asking me, what is it like, in the pit at Cloudbreak? How is it different from other waves? I kind of liken it to Sunset Beach on the meanest day that you could imagine. Right, because it is a deep water wave, right? Yes, it goes into shallow and you have all that to contend with, but it is a deep water wave that it will hold you down, and it's scary.
7 minutes to go before we begin the first women's semi. We do have a closed video for you coming up. We'll cue that in just a moment, but let's set the table here because we're going to start with 2 women's semis, and then we're going to go into the men's semis and run the finals for both the men and the women. And at that point, the sun should be pretty low on the horizon here, and the vibes hopefully are on a high because Cloudbreak, the lineup is open, it's windy and perfectly sailable, and we are only minutes away from getting this kicked off. So, men's semi number 1, Ricardo Campello representing Venezuela against 3 Frenchmen, that being Baptiste Clorec, Antoine Albert, and Anthony Runez. There is some work to be done here. That is a stacked heat if there ever was one. And in the background, Cloudbreak just continues to fire. This is going to be awesome. Semi number 2, Robbie Swift, the veteran, having placed in the top 3 in the world wave ranking, leading up to this. He's a world title contender every year. He is somebody who could take out this event. Antoine Martin. And here's women's semi number 1. Jane Seaman, Jessica Crisp, Sarah Hauser, and Sol de Greek. We went over this already. That's the first semi. This is actually going to be the first heat in the water. Is going to be the semi number 1. And the second semi is Sarakita Ofringa, representing Aruba, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
is that
Aruba.
the Aruba flag?
That is
right?
the Aruban flag.
We do know that she is a
flying it
statesman.
proudly.
Yes, Maria Andres from Spain, Angela Cochran from Hawaii, Coco Fouveau representing France. And that is your second semi for the women. It will be the second heat in the water. Let's kick this off with our close video here. We will leave you with a lineup shot of the arena. Kuru Kuru Mailani, thunder from the clouds, known as Cloudbreak. We'll be right back. Back to the lineup. It is firing on all cylinders here at Cloudbreak. And I cannot tell you what an honor it is to bring this event to you. Thank you again, IWT, PWA, the Unified World Tour has brought us to Cloudbreak. And this is absolutely justifying the means. It is about to go down, you guys. I'm really excited. And this is a huge moment for the sport of windsurfing and water sport in general, actually. Here we go. A moment to thank our sponsors. And Fiji Airways deserves such praise. Thank you for the Flight to Happiness Award, for the support of all the competitors flying in on your awesome airline. I flew from LA and it was just like flying on a cloud. It was such a pleasant journey. Yes, the Flight to Happiness for aerials from riders. We've got a good thing going on with Fiji Airways. Thank you very much. Vodafone, who have customly pointed their signal at the SS Thundercloud here in the channel to optimize our frequency and make this work in terms of bringing this to you live. How cool is that? Fiji Surf Company, Ian Muller, and your awesome crew of drivers and passion-driven employees with nothing but smiles in the lineup. It is such a privilege to have you guys helping us out. Victoria Wines, AquaSafe, Tourism Fiji, the Bayview Cove Resort, where we're mostly all staying. Thank you so much at Bayview. It's absolutely awesome. And Bati Protector, the local traditional sun protection. Check out Bati Protector. So those are our sponsors, and they will be duly thanked often. We really appreciate the support. 25 seconds before the start of the women's first semi. Game on, everybody. Take a moment to just take a deep breath. We're jumping into this now. And the moment has arrived. Yes, needless to correct that, it is going to be women's semi number 1. There it is. Jane Seaman, Jessica Crisp, Sarah Hauser, and Sol de Drake. What a moment. The heat is on, and the flag is up. And our lineup is now going to consist of these 4 women. No one else is allowed to ride waves right now. And let's hope that stays that way. It can obviously be very tempting. I won't get into that. What you're seeing is roughly 12 knots of wind. Enough to what we do call trolling in the lineup. You're trolling. You're kind of like you're dropping a line in the water, hoping to catch something, right? No one yet to get on the scorecard, but Jessica Crisp looks like she's entering to the left of your screen. Let's go to Jessica. There she is. She's actually in the lineup. Our other competitors are not. Jessica Crisp drops into her first wave of the 2023 Fiji Surf Pro and kicks out. It'll be a marginal score. You know, Jessica might have almost looked a little overpowered there. But she had a wave that was going to take her halfway down the line there. And I think she just kind of blinked. Just went, you know what? That's shallow down there. I'm out. Self-preservation, you guys, there's something to it. Now, the judges aren't going to reward her with a huge score. But let's consider something here. Her gear is still intact, and she is still intact. And that's a win. Get back out there and find another one, Jess. Get on ya. Beautiful moment here at Cloudbreak. 2023 Fiji Surf Pro. We are live in the channel at one of the world's best waves. And we hope to bring this to you for the remainder of the day in these awesome conditions that have been presented to us. Looks like it's almost trying to get a little windier. We're somewhere in like the 15 knot category right now, slightly even more than that. If I was given the choice to surf or windsurf right now, I would probably windsurf. That decision would have been elementary earlier today because it was firing for the surfers. I saw several standout rides go down. Apparently, one of our competitors, Robbie Swift, got the wave of his life. He's been saying that a lot this week. Go figure. Okay, who do we have here? it's a non-competitor. That's Johnny Price. I see. He's gonna go give a little drop in, huh? All right, on the outside, Sol de Greek on a bomb. Our 13-year-old competitor from Belgium gives it a look. It's a solid wave. Anybody in her shoes would be very much keeping it together here. Here goes Sol with a beautiful looking wave, and Jessica Crisp outside of her. Sol with her second bottom turn, keeping it alive here. It's going to get critical quickly. 13 years old and sailing cloud break, and she kicks out for safety right as the wave was going to hit the critical section there. Here comes Jessica Crisp on her second wave. Much more of a scoring opportunity here. Crisp bottom turns safely in front of the shelf as this wave starts hugging the section. You thought you were far ahead of it. Well, then you got out of there. Sol de Greek and Jessica Crisp are on the board in this heat. Seaman and Hauser waiting patiently for their moment to strike. Kudos to Sol de Greek, who is 13 years young, out at solid cloud break. Dream big, you guys. This is a huge moment in her career. Playing the strategy now on the outside, you're kind of seeing this play out a little bit. You're seeing it play out the following way. And from what I can tell, as you see us on the SS Thundercloud there in this catamaran, that's where I'm sitting talking to you all, just to bring the amazing technology of modern day communications here. Furthest downwind, that's Jessica Crisp. You see her on the hot sail as we look at the whitewater line. That's where the waves are breaking. It's a very fine line, you guys. And that's the top of the reef right there. And then heading out is Sol. And further out from her, out of your picture, is Sarah Hauser and Jane Seaman. Nice shot of Jessica Crisp in the lineup. There's Jane Seaman on the red Severn, and Sarah Hauser's to your left on the blue Goya. Dropping in, Jane Seaman on a good-sized wave here. Trying to get her position together, and Hauser outside of her. This is a big exchange. These are the two nicest waves to come in so far. Seaman starts her line. Jane running down the line with Hauser behind her on an absolutely bomb offering at Cloudbreak. This is what we wanted, the exchanges. Here comes Hauser. Bottom turns very, very in position here to make this entire wave. Look what happens when this wave hits the reef now. Here comes Sarah, smoothly bottom turning on this Cloudbreak offering, redirecting in, and she's got to get on her horse. Will she make this section? She does, and she's out and surviving that encounter with a bomb set, which is going to be filled with very nice lasting images of that experience. Great ride from Hauser. Right. Yeah, just for you at home to clearly identify everybody. Sol de Greek in the white helmet and the blue Severn sail. Jessica Crisp is in the yellow hot sail. That's the name of the brand. Jane Seaman's in an all red Severn sail, and Sarah Hauser on the blue Goya sail. These are all the different manufacturers of this equipment. So you have sails and boards. Sail companies include Severn, Goya, Hot Sails, Simmer Style, Neil Pride, RRD, Gastra, Ezzy, and a few others. Board companies, a lot of sail companies and board companies make both. They're like trying to be compatible. So most of these sailors who have sail sponsors are in that same sponsor tree for their board sponsor. Here comes Sol de Greek on a really nice looking wave. Jane Siemens behind, Jessica Crisp's behind her. This is a 1-2 exchange. Look at this setting up here. Sol de Greek on a really nice looking wave. And she's riding this one a little more critically. Credit to her, she's in really good position here. Jessica Crisp running down the line at Cloudbreak, trying to make this ride link up, but making doubly sure that she doesn't get caught from behind on it. Jessica Crisp with a very nice looking ride here. Critical stuff going on here at the 2023 Fiji Surf Pro. We'll start updating our scores accordingly quite soon. In fact, somebody could bring the scores to me, that'd be great. Because the scores are dropping, the sailors are catching super nice looking rides. Some replays for you, and you see the kick out that Sol de Greek got put in this position where she felt that the further in she would go, she realized there was a bigger wave behind her. It was a really good move. You ride that inside or too far in and you get swiped by the other bigger wave. Here comes Jane Seaman. She needs to get into the ball game here. She's had a couple good rides though. Here comes a beautiful offering. Jane's from Australia. She likes to sail over on the west side of Australia, Margaret River, and some other locations, but this is not a pleasant anything because she's getting a one-way ticket to the shish kebabs experience straight away. It's a really important read. As this wave bends in, you think you're on a mellow little wave, and all of a sudden the thing just goes square and runs on you. It's going to happen a lot today. Those who can manage it are the ones who actually see it coming before it happens. Here comes Sol de Greek. And Sarah Hauser is who's on our screen, actually. There's Sol. She's finishing up her ride. Excuse me. There's Hauser. This is the start of her ride. She chipped in from below on this one. Sarah, look at the bottom contour of that wave, just hugging the reef. Great angle. Sarah staying ahead of it, designed a board specifically for Cloudbreak. And after one trim turn, she's out. Sarah could have taken that wave a little further, but that would have also put her in the danger zone. No question about it. Jane Seaman, unfortunately, is dealing with shish kebabs, and she is stuck on that reef. This is a good illustration of what happens when you don't make your wave at Cloudbreak. And it's called shish kebabs, well, because there are patches of kind of cushy reef material, and then there are just razor sharp features. And you see she can't really quite walk fully because there's all these little, little caverns and caves. And her job right now is to survey the lineup and start working downwind closer to the channel so that she can get her rig upright and sail out. But you can't sail out where she is. You'll knock your fins off. Precious time elapsing for Jane Seaman. We have 14 minutes left in this heat. And right now, You know, Jessica Crisp has 2 solid rides. Sol de Greek has 2 pretty solid rides. Sarah Hauser has one really super nice wave and one other wave that wasn't exactly the whole length of the reef or anything, but it was a good ride, and she got like 2 bottom turns on it. And depending on the judge's opinion about her level of critical riding, we will see a pretty tight battle for second place so far right now. Back to the lineup. And Cloudbreak has a few for herself right now. One thing I'm happy about is that there hasn't been just this bomb set come in that nobody got. We are utilizing the resources effectively. Nobody wants to see a bomb set come through unridden today. So far, so good. It is firing, however. I will tell you that I've seen some setups already that just has me frothing. And all of you at home watching this, I hope, are understanding that this is quite a resource that we have here. Cloudbreak's one of the best waves in the world for a lot of different reasons. And one of the aspects of it for windsurfing is how it's positioned for the southeast trades. And they're blowing a good solid 15 knots right now. This is good float and ride conditions, and that means that you're not planing with your kit. You are essentially going in about second to third gear and managing the lineup by waiting for the bigger waves to come in, and that will give you your chance. Generally speaking, if you go on the first wave of a set, you're putting yourself in position to possibly go through what Jane Seaman is still going through on the reef at Shish Kebabs. It's tough to watch because precious time is elapsing. And Jane Seaman, you know, who's got a 6.53 on her scorecard, is looking solid. Now, Sol de Greek, yeah, this is kind of the way I interpreted the following. Now, Sarah Hauser's in the lead in this heat with an 11.14 heat total because the judges are interpreting Sarah's riding being more critical than Sol de Greek and more critical than Jessica Crisp, and that's a fair assessment, actually. Sarah's been a bit more tight in the pocket than all of these riders in this semi. Jessica Crisp probably caught the nicest waves. I would say that Sol de Greek also caught really nice waves, but you're not just being judged on the wave you're riding. You're judged on how you are riding that wave. So, first place in this heat so far, Sarah Hauser representing France, Jessica Crisp representing Australia, Sol de Greek in third place representing Belgium, and Jane Seaman still stuck on the reef at Shish Kebabs in fourth place with a 6.53. You'll see some of our competitors in the next heat starting to squeak out there. And that is where we're at. 10 minutes left in this heat. And an in-between moment in it for sure. And for the following reason is that I feel that any of these competitors right now that are actually in the lineup are only going to want to go on a significant set. Nine and a half minutes left in this heat. The first women's semi in the 2013 Fiji Pro. We are here at Cloudbreak in Fiji. Quite a unique situation for sure, to say the least. And we are here bringing it to you live aboard a catamaran known as the SS Thundercloud. And conditions are simply amazing. It's spellbinding, to be honest. And we are in between sets. but that won't last long. Again, our standings. Sarah Hauser in first place with a 6.47. That was her first wave, which was ridden really super well. And a 4.67 for that second wave, which didn't quite match her first wave, to be fair. Jessica Crisp with a 4.5 and a 4.6. I think she kind of did identical rides there in a way. In other words, stayed ahead of it, stayed safe, and kicked out after about a salvo of 4 turns. Here's Sol de Greek, live action, and she's chipping in. You see she's sailing upwind to the peak here past Jessica, and she is going to get as close as she's comfortable to the peak of the wave, which is already starting to break down the line on her here. Now Sol de Greek gets herself positioned as the wave wraps in. Here comes Sol, nice bottom turn. Beautiful looking wave. Sets her line, gets a cutback. This is probably her best ride so far. She's stayed a little bit closer to the wave, and she kicks out before any potential damage occurs. 7.5 minutes to go. Here comes Jessica Crisp, combing the inside and safely kicking out. And outside of her, to the left of your screen, Sarah Hauser setting up for a ride here. There we go. That's Sarah on the very top of your screen. And she kind of kicks out of what was a bit of a soft shoulder elbow. I don't think she saw this second wave, or that would have probably been the one she would have wanted to be on. And what happens here is that while Sarah didn't get a score for basically what was a kick out, she's got the lineup. And she sees this next wave and wants to strike on this one. This could be a pretty good decision for Sarah. The question is, will she catch it? And it doesn't look like she will. So Sarah will be quick to tack and head back out, still in a really good position in terms of where she is in the lineup. And any amount of surfing knowledge that these 4 women have will help them in this situation. You'll be able to read this wave and understand what it's doing and where you want to be when those sets come in. That's the name of the game. Fantastic conditions here at the 2023 Fiji Surf Pro. Jessica Crisp has turned around and is angling in to a nice cloud break offering here. Crisp allows the wave to catch up to her, and she bottom turns quite safely and quite far away from any potential danger that this wave could offer her. But you see how it's catching up to her. Cloud break's got a sinister nature to it. It really does, and it surprises you how fast the wave is. Jane Seaman has returned to the lineup. She has gotten through her ordeal at Shish Kebabs. It cost her roughly 15 minutes. Crazy. Looks like Jane Seaman's going to get an assist from our friend Vince Steves on the jet ski. Now, we discussed some of the parameters of what you can do in this situation. Vince can take her out to the furthest buoy and no further. That was our agreement at a meeting yesterday about jet ski assistance. And it looks like, yes, Jane is going to take the little helping hand here as she flips the sail on Vince's head, and we're good. We're good. They're fine. Slowly trolling out into the lineup. If you look at the very top of your screen, you'll see the top of Thunder Cloud Reef, which only starts breaking when it's over 15-foot Hawaiian. And check out Sarah Hauser, who is dropping in on a gem. It's a really nice wave, and she's reading it perfectly. Look at the fade line. She angles her bottom turn a little bit to the upwind part of this peak so that she can drop in again and punch this signature bottom turn of hers. It's a beautiful thing to watch. She's very in tune with this place. It should come very naturally to her based on her background in New Caledonia. Sarah getting a great ride here, and behind her is Sol de Greet on a really nice looking wave. Sarah does the jump kick out, almost a little celebratory there. Here comes Sol de Greet on a critical one. She is deep on this wave, and she's going to just barely escape. That was a huge move of self-preservation there. And I'm really glad that she didn't get axed there, because that could have been pretty serious for Sol. A survival instinct kicked in right there as she was bottom turning. You could see what happens. Cloudbreak started bending in and said, oh yeah? You think you're going to get all soulful on that one? You will pay. And she almost paid. Heavily. But she water starts and she's out. And it's nice to see some jet skis right there identifying how close that was. Nicely done for Sol, who got out of that situation. Might not have had the score that she could have, but she's in one piece and her gear's in one piece. Sarah Hauser had an awesome ride there. Faded in, 2 fades on that wave. Super well played. That's going to have her in a commanding position here. Let's let our scores update. Sarah Hauser matched her highest score. She's got a pair of 6.47s. 12.94 heat total. Sarah Hauser is in the lead. Jessica Crisp, just under 10 points here, 9.24. And Sol de Greet, who is right there. Her last 2 waves are her 2 highest scoring waves. Can she catch Jessica Crisp? Under 2 minutes to go. If Sol de Greet can put together a 4-point ride, she will pass Jessica Crisp for second place and advance into the final. Definitely a big moment. Okay, it's a huge moment. We're looking good here. Conditions are holding. The wind is steady. It hasn't really shown a sign of picking up more. And as long as we have this, we have all we need to finish this thing today, which would be awesome. Some more of those in-between moments here. But this is now the final minute of the heat. And what I see is that Sol and Sarah and Jane are heading out. And the only person who's really in any level of striking distance is Jessica. Jess is giving this a look here. She might not know exactly what the standings are. None of our competitors really are being told what the scores are. But some have a better idea about where they're placed in this than others. And I'm pretty sure that Sarah, after that last ride, feels pretty confident that she's making it through this heat. Jessica and Sol might know that they're probably looking pretty good, but they're not sure. And unfortunately for Jane, she probably has a pretty good idea that that whole tour of shish kebabs was the last thing in the world she needed to do in this heat. Her lone score is a 2.47, which was basically the result of catching a beautiful wave and having it run right by you. Flag's down, the heat's over. And that's how we do it on the SS Thundercloud. You raise the Fijian flag when the heat's on, and you lower it when the heat's over. Nice little replay of our friend Johnny Price there. He's probably done sailing through the competition area for the day. Hard to resist, to be honest. There's Sol de Greet. Beautiful looking wave. I mean, this is surfing with the sail, ladies and gentlemen. Sol had a great heat, and what she's going to be left with are some awesome images of that survival line, for one thing.
And I'm Australian. I was a teenager when I got into windsurfing, so saw people like Scotty McKercher and Michael Galvin doing forward loops, and I was like, I want to do that. I mean, Fiji would have to be one of the best places in the world to come to. Everyone looks forward to coming here, and I love it. Oh, at Cloudbreak, the windsurfing's incredible. It's actually the smoothness of the wave. Back home we have a lot of big waves, but often when it's really big, Margaret River can be bouncy. Nalu can get these evil steps that are just death. And Cloudbreak just gets more and more beautiful, and it's just so smooth. I would come here to do this comp just for the opportunity to sail Cloudbreak with no people. We get the break cleared, there's no surfers, there's only 4 of you out. So it's just so worth it. Just for that. I think the integrated tour is really good. It's nice to have some proper rankings, and you've almost had like a tour that's more focused on jumping and then a tour that's more focused on wave riding. The true world champion this year will be someone who's most likely really good at jumping and really good at wave riding. Yeah, so I just go home from here. I'm not going to do the Europe legs. I do have to be a parent sometimes. I'm not sure if I'll do Peru. I'll see how I go here. And then, again, if I do well here, then I'll definitely go to Hawaii as well. I guess I've just come back from an injury, so I tore my knee.
Kava ceremony before the second women's semi. Hula! Mava! Love that stuff. Keep it coming. Thank you. Here we are on the SS Thundercloud in the channel looking at none other than Cloudbreak. It is so nice to be here. I am just going to reflect on this moment in time. It is such a privilege to be here. And it's not lost on me, and it's not lost on anybody in this event. As Sarah Hauser sails on by, winning that heat. Good job, Sarah. Get ready for the final. Because the final is coming. But not before the second women's semi, which is going to bring us our other 2 finalists. Our first 2 finalists are, as mentioned, Sarah Hauser and Jessica Crisp. And Sol DeGree gets huge credit here for her effort, and I want to just give her a little hand there. Nicely done. Because when you're 13 years old and you're sailing Cloudbreak, that's what it's all about. Great job. Look at the lineup. What you see there are classic float and ride conditions. Some of these corduroy lines bending in off the top part of Cloudbreak with this heat is on. And Sarakita Ofringa, Maria Andres, Angela Cochran getting ready to do battle. Is this Coco Fuveau? She's also in this final, and she's starting off with a banger. Look at this wave. Looks like Coco got her gear together after her first experience on shish kebabs. And this is a nice wave, and it's starting to run on her too. Not quite the same situation. And she gets out just in time. And this is Maria Andres from España ripping into Cloudbreak here. Finally getting into action. Yes. Let's not confuse these 2 sails between Coco Fuveau and Maria Andres. Coco rides for Severn, and Maria Andres rides for Duotone. It does not appear as if Angela Cochran is going to join this final. I do not see her equipment, but we do have multiple world champion Sarakita Ofringa, who is on the Neil Pride sail all the way outside on the green there. So far it looks like a 3-woman final. Semi-final. And I'm just trying to get my bearings here with, everything surrounding me. There's a lot going on around me. There's a lot of media buzzing around. There's boats everywhere. people getting their equipment ready. But in the lineup and on your screen, here comes Serakita Ofringa. She's not quite going to get this one. I believe there's a better one behind her, and she sees it, but she falls inexplicably right when she needed to get on her horse. But she's a good water starter, and she's not going to fumble this one away. She's, in fact, going to drop into this beautiful looking wave. There we go, Serakita. Fading into it, letting the wave catch up to her while dropping in diagonally. That's why it's called a fade. Second bottom turn. Ofringa looking really good here at Cloudbreak. Kicks out before anything dramatic can happen. Here comes Maria Andres. Trying to stay ahead of it, trying to stay in one piece. That's the objective, but also trying to impress the judges. Nice angle from the channel there for Andres. Yeah. Start getting into our scores here shortly as they are getting updated. The road to the final for these women. Here's women's semifinal heat number 2. Coco Fuveau in the lead, 9.75. She's got 2 scores, a 5.25 and a 4.5. Coco Fuveau is showing that she belongs in this mix here. Serakita Ofringa has 2 wave scores, a 4 and a 4.5. Maria Andres, 1.75 and 2.0. And here comes Coco Fuveau on the top of your screen, behind that graphic. She didn't quite catch that one. This one rolled right under her. This is one of those ones that rolled wide of the pack. Oof. And here's Coco Fuveau on her, what will be her 3rd ridden wave in this semifinal. Dropping in with a full head of steam. Gives it a look. Nice bottom turn. Not too much approach here. She knows what's about to happen. The wave's going square behind her. And I'm holding my breath because that swiped her. You didn't see it on the screen, unfortunately. Anyway, this lineup shot didn't quite illustrate what just happened, but Coco got pinched heavily. Cloudbreak's not taking any prisoners here. It's carnage. And with the assist, hopefully she's okay. She took a good swiping there. Does her rig appear to be in one piece? What you see is that surf boat there, and you see some lines just marching down from the top of the reef. And there's nobody actively riding any waves, so we can kind of have this angle here. There is your rescue mission to the left. Coco Fuveau is getting dragged out of the pit with her rig. I hope she's okay. That's the first thing we want to establish here. It was a real close shave there for her. That was extremely close. I'm glad it appears that she's okay. She's gotten dragged to the buoy, and that's as far as they can take her. We had that agreement that the buoy was where you have to get dropped off after the assist. Definitely some scenarios playing out here. Fuveau launches back into the lineup. There she is heading out in that red sail. Some of our other competitors in the first men's semi are heading out into the lineup to get ready. Here comes Serakita Ofringa on a Nice looking wave. Not too big. It is breaking a little wide of the normal spot. She's got to make sure that she doesn't get caught from behind here, but an aggressive fade and a nice bottom turn. Certainly meaning business here. Nothing behind her. And whether she's aware of that or not, she's going to continue her ride here. Sarakita safely kicking out. Her road to the final looks pretty secure right now. The only woman who's going to challenge her is Maria Andres. Maria getting a second wave score here, 3.75 and a 2. Her total's 5.75, and she's going to need to do a little more than that if she's going to pass Sarakita Ofringa or challenge Coco Fuvo. Sarakita ups her wave score total now 6.92. These scores are updating, kind of in an interesting fashion here. So they are calibrating a few things. But the end result is that Coraline Fuvo, otherwise known as Coco, is in first place. And second place is Sarakita Ofringa with a 6.92. Coco's got a heat total of 8.43 right now. So if you're Maria Andres, you need to throw down a 3.18, which is something she's already done, having scored a 3.75 previously. So the battle right now is between Andres and Ofringa. And as if on cue, here comes Maria Andres. And there's a lot of wind on this wave. She's fully stacked. Now, what's the decision for her? She's going to kick out instead of fading, and I think that was the right decision, actually. Why? Because she wasn't in position. She was a little too far over. So what might be happening is that the wind might be switching slightly more to the offshore right now. But that's not going to really affect Sarakita Ofringa here. Working her way into the lineup and now dropping in again off a fade line. You can see the apparent wind build as she drops in. She's got a full power sail here, and she kicks out as well. Some of these medium-sized waves in comparison to what else is coming in here, these girls are letting them go. And maybe the lesson has been absorbed that once these medium ones hit the inside shelf, they're just running a little faster than they're comfortable letting them go. It's entirely possible. You're just looking at it, you're like, no, that one's going to swipe me. I don't want to go on shish kebabs and waste 40 minutes or whatever. Talk to Jane Seaman about that, if it was worth it. Things are tightening up a little bit between Ofringa and Fuvo. 8.17 for Ofringa, 8.43 for Fuvo. It's close. The fair degree of separation between Ofringa and Andres. You can see that it's not windy enough to just catch any wave you want at will and just plane into things. Andres is pumping, but the bulk of the wave passes under her to the left. And this is now probably the best wave that these competitors have let roll through without anybody being on it. We want to keep this to a minimum. Here comes Andres on the next one. Hopefully this is now something that she can start getting into the equation here. Using this wave that's swinging a little wide, can she actually get into it? And she's not. Maria's having a little bit of trouble with her positioning. And that can do a little bit of, based on her interpretation of the situation. Is she misjudging it slightly? I think she might be. Is she being too cautious by not being in the actual impact zone? Well, maybe. But the fact that she's intact speaks for itself. In contention for the final, that's a different story. 14 minutes left in this heat, and then we will be on to men's semi number 1. Don't go anywhere. It's about to heat up considerably here. This is a good battle. And it's a good moment for Sarakita Ofringa, who has multiple world titles and was known for a while as a freestyle specialist. And rightfully so, because her prowess as a freestyle sailor is off the charts. She's just got an amazing level of ability in some of these technical moves. But she clearly identified herself as a wave sailor recently when I was talking to her, and that was a good thing to hear. And you see this happen a lot in that, aspiring sailors in the professional ranks might use some sort of specialized type of discipline if they're good at it and they're consistently winning at it. Wave sailing has kind of a different allure to it. It's definitely the most visually spectacular form of the sport, especially here at Cloudbreak. With Sarakita having won the Aloha Classic before, looks at this event in a certain way. I think that all the women in this contest are just glad to be here, first of all. But the ones who are contending for the title know that this is one of the gems to hold in a crown here. No question about it. And Sarakita is here for that exact reason, because she's a contender. And she's second place in this heat right now with 12 minutes left in it. And her mobility and her level of being able to catch waves is good. You can see that she can just pump the sail a couple times and work her way upwind. She's a very strong sailor. She can handle the apparent wind. Sarakita Ofringa is going to drop into this wave right at the elbow, right where it starts to bend in here. And selects a pretty safe looking shoulder, but she's going to keep turning on it. That's her second turn combination. Drops the sail down low. Sail color matching these picturesque South Pacific waters. And Sarakita kicks out. Quite a lot playing out here. This heat's more than halfway over. It's kind of in the last third of it. There's been some good sets. I believe we're in a bit of a tide swing here. It's been low tide now. The tide's going to come in. And typically when swells are coming up, it brings in the swell. It's like a push. There's Paul Karolidis, excuse me. Thank you, Paul. Swimming hard out there. Paul is half of the team that we know as Fishbowl Diaries with his wife, Sophie. And they have been having a field day shooting this event. The images that are being produced have been absolutely jaw-dropping. And today's going to be no exception. We're definitely going to be enjoying it tonight. Looking through all the content. But right now, we are trying to get through women's semi number 2. And so far, it's been fairly decided. Maria Andres can get back into this, but she's going to need to drop the biggest score of her heat so far. Coco Fuvo and Sarakita Ofringa are right now in the advancing position. Waves continue to roll in here to Cloudbreak, and they're doing so right at that elbow in between the upper peak and the second peak as it starts rolling into shish kebabs. Roughly 4-foot Hawaiian sets breaking on the reef right now. Some bigger waves have been rolling in from time to time. It's an interesting body of water we're in. Some of these swells are being brewed very, very deep down in the Tasman Sea. And then they fan up to Cloudbreak. And they travel great distances, and that's why when you hear something like a 16-second swell period, your ears perk up, because the longer period swells feel this reef differently, more thoroughly. And you have these round square waves that hug into the reef here. It's very unique. It's one of a kind. No question about the fact that Cloudbreak is one of a kind. And the fact that the wind does blow sideshore here is relevant to the fact that the wave's bending in. So what happens, as I've described this before, is that you're taking off, the wind's sideshore. And as you are motoring down the line, it goes more and more offshore. It's really quite something. And we're bearing witness to it right now with 8 minutes left in this heat. And there hasn't been a score dropped for a little while here. In fact, if I remember correctly, Maria Andres was on a wave that she couldn't quite catch. And then the last score was Sarakita Ofringa's last wave, which is a 4.17, which matches her highest scoring wave. So a pair of 4.17s, giving her a heat total of 8.34. She is right behind Coco Fuveau, who has a 5 and a 3.43. Sarakita chipping away here, though. This is live action. And this wave offers a bit of a different approach because she's a little bit further behind it. Or so she thinks as the wave loads up and she just simply kicks out. She's identifying the fact that this isn't a bigger wave than what she'd been on anyway. And I don't feel that she felt like riding a smaller wave and putting herself at risk on going onto the reef at Shish Kebabs. It was a wise decision. And it's a little bit like, here we are watching, and we want action, we will go, We've definitely seen one competitor go through the ordeal. And, I'm watching her right now. Jane's getting some cuts taken care of. It's sharp. It's called shish kebabs for a reason. We want to exercise caution in these situations. It's kind of a two-edged sword because it's a contest, and we are demanding that these competitors push themselves. Well, there is a price to pay, and we don't want to encourage recklessness. We want to encourage good riding. So far, so good. There's been some epic rides here by everybody in this contest, and there's going to be priceless memories generated from it. And we are very, very privileged to be bringing this to you. Once again, thanks to that privilege to our sponsors, Fiji Airways, Vodafone, Fiji Surf Company, Victoria Wines, Aquasafe, Tourism Fiji, Bayview Cove Resort, and Bati Protector. And we definitely want to give thanks to all the local Fijian villages for allowing us to be here. And Sarakita Ofringa dropping into the nicest wave she's been on in this entire heat. And watch out, this thing is going to swing wide on her. She cuts back. This is an awesome looking angle of this classic Cloudbreak wave. Sarakita bottom turns in the critical part of that wave and gets blown out the side of it. That was a moment where Cloudbreak showed her teeth. And here comes Coco Fuveau on a grower. This wave is going to offer her a challenging section coming up. It's walling up for Coco. She gets on her horse. She bottom turns down the line and kicks out just before that thing just slammed the door shut. Coco Fuveau with the great escape. Sarakita with a bottom turn under a square barrel. Misjudged her cutback slightly, but it was also somewhat of a survival line. But I can promise you that freeze frame moment of her bottom turn in front of that thing will be in her memory banks forever. Big moment in the contest here. Here comes Maria Andres on a smaller wave by comparison to the other competitors, and there's a very big set outside coming in now. And that's going to be unridden. As you see our competitors heading out, you will see this shot pan up to the top of the reef, and you are going to see the set that's coming in here. There are the lower parts of those lines. As our fearless drone pilot, Paul Van Bellen, showing us the lineup at Cloudbreak. Excellent flying, Paul. That's what I wanted to see right there. That's our shot. Look at the majesty of this wave as it bends in around the top of the reef. This is the look. You can just chip in this thing from deep and start slicing it all the way down the line. Look how good Cloudbreak is for windsurfing. What a beautiful wave. Wide open barrel. She has one to herself. That's just amazing. Try to keep these to a minimum. Wave swinging by unridden. It's a patient game. It's a little bit of cat and mouse in this case. Everything to play for these competitors. And I am feeling it. What we say in Hawaii, the mana. The energy of this place right now is flowing through me, and I am absorbing centuries worth of waves that have broken on this reef. And it's a good thing. It's an amazing thing. This is one of the best waves on planet Earth. Right in the middle of our winter season in the southern hemisphere here. The days are getting shorter. This will be shorter than yesterday. And soon that'll change. But the reason there are waves here is because this is the southern hemisphere winter. And those storms are brewing under us, thousands of miles away, sending us these swells. And we're in an active period of storm and swell generation. And this was a good one. This was a good shot of swell here. You know, the finer workings of the actual swell direction and period aside, we also have the sun, and it's just beautiful to be here. 1 minute left in this heat, and then we are straight into men's semi number 1. And you can see the competitors getting ready. Here comes Maria Andres. You see her chipping in. She's gritting her teeth. This is a big moment for Maria, who needs to get in the mix here. Can still advance with a really solid wave ride. Less than a minute to go. Here comes Andres. Come on, Maria. Let's see it. Beautiful looking wave at Cloudbreak. Hits the reef. And she bottom turns in front of it, getting a bit of a piece of the action here. And she's out. And I think she's understanding that she needs a little bit more time to experience this place and get comfortable. But Maria has a smile on her face and certainly very happy to be here. And this isn't going to hurt her rankings at all. She, being here, she's going to get some points. She's going to get into the mix. She's one of our contenders for a world title right now. Sarah Kita and Coco Fouveau and Sarah Hauser have definitely also stepped into the world title equation with their performances thus far. The final is going to play out a great deal of things. A great deal of things. And the flag is down and the heat's over. And we are 2 minutes away from men's semi number 1. Check the lineup here. Nice to be here. I'm in the crow's nest of the SS Thundercloud, and I am humbled and very appreciative with the conditions that we've been given here for what hopefully will be the last day of competition. And now we are entering the equation of the world title conversation for the pro men, which has been turned upside down with some of the exits from the last couple days. Marcilio Brown, Philip Koster, Victor Fernandez, all world champions are out of this event. That seems to be the theme, to be honest, is that the established pros who have been world champions took a blow to their campaigns here in Cloudbreak. And that has opened up the door for some very, very deserving riders. And that is going to play out right now. Because we are here not only to crown the Cloudbreak champion of the Fiji Surf Pro, we are here to try to separate the world title equation. And I have never seen a world title race as wide open as this one is right now. We have 20 seconds left till the start of this heat. And we're going to go into a heat bracket. All right, we're taking a break. Thank you.
Can you tell us your name, Aiden?
Hello, I'm Matt, the windsurfing sloth. I've lived on this island my whole life, but I was bred in captivity, so not a lot of social development in the enclosure where I was. It's my first time outside. I'm really excited about this event. It goes in. Hi, my name is Baron Rodiger. I'm 26 years old, and I'm from America. I got into windsurfing when I was
Campello kicks out. Runes behind him. Pardon the wobbly boat angle, but that's reality. Here we go. Anthony Runes. Semifinal number 1. Runes made it through a super hard heat yesterday. Can he repeat the magic and make the final? This won't hurt his chances. The Gastra sail, the taboo board, working its way towards the inside here. Runes with a pretty nice looking ride. No doubt about it. That was a nice one. Here comes Antoine Albert on the outside in that blue Goya sail you see in the middle of your screen. Antoine Albert from nearby New Caledonia fades into a nice looking cloud break offering. Bottom turns under the hook, snaps a turn, second bottom turn, second lip snap. Albert trying to fire off a big score here and get on the board and stay in the running here. I will say that Baptiste Clorec's first wave that you didn't see is probably still the highest scoring wave of this heat. And he did that right when the heat started. Let the judges judge here. Baptiste Clorec, 5.8. Anthony Runes with a 4.57. Antoine Albert with a 4.27. Ricardo Campello didn't get any points for his kick out. Here comes a wide set This thing's going to land square on the lower part of the reef, and nobody wants anything to do with it. Wind picking up, keeping itself right in the same direction it's been. It's just not too offshore, but man, when that wave hits the elbow at the point where it starts bending in, that wind goes from side shore to side offshore to offshore quickly. Really quickly. And that's when things get really critical here. That last section known as shish kebabs, it's no games. And last year's event champion, Camille Jubon, who had to withdraw due to injury, I will say this much about Camille's performance last year. He was toying with shish kebabs. Flying over it. And our 4 competitors in this first semi are wholly capable of similar antics. And that is the 4 of them sailing out in front of you. Campello on the bottom of your screen on the orange sail. Behind Campello is Clarec. Behind Clarec is Runez. And furthest away in the blue sail is Antoine Albert. That's your lineup. And what this really is it's kind of an order of priority in a way. Because Campello's furthest out. Now he's giving the inside to Clarec. This depends on how this shakes down now. There's going to be a set that comes in here soon. Sooner than later. Now, the positioning is important. Where will Campello find himself? And it's interesting to note that you look at Runez on the white sail as Campello tacks. Runez is a little further inside of Campello. He could make a snap decision and actually sneak one inside of him. We'll see if that plays out because there is a set coming. Ricardo is pumping for it. And Ricardo Campello, V1111, representing Venezuela, is on a really nice wave. And this is going to count for Campello, who sets up shop at the very top part. And he's going to open up his ride right as this wave hits the elbow. He is keeping himself on the high line to make sure the wave doesn't pass him by. Now the wave is going to go square as it hits the inside section. Ricardo Campello, classic bottom turn here. Good cutback combination. He's making his way down the line, but the wave doesn't offer him much, and he's out. Behind him, Baptiste Clarec on an absolutely gorgeous wave. Bottom turns under the hook, almost unleashed the air, but keeps it going for preservation's sake. He's got much more wave to work with. Behind him is Runez. Clarec and Runez synchronized practically, sailing perfect cloud break. Enjoy the show. Clarec going to town on the inside. Will he get an air? He kicks out. Runez might have something else. You see how this wave was loading up on the inside as well and didn't give him enough to justify going for the whole shot there. That was definitely a fine exchange there. Campello's wave had a lot of setup to it. He spent a lot of time looking at where it was going to go on the reef. And when it finally came in to drop in and ride it, it was almost as if the best part of the wave had ended. And, you know, replaying that in my head, it's like, what could he have done differently? Well, maybe position it differently, because both of those guys chipped into it from below. Maybe it's time for somebody to give a good look at sitting a bit further up and trying to stab one from deep. We'll see if that's just a matter of positioning or if it's actually hard to get up there. Sometimes there's a lot of current, as you can imagine, running down the reef here. There's a lot of current pushing you away from the peak. Some observations have been that it doesn't help to sail far out to sea. You don't gain anything because the water is pushing you down. The current is keeping you away from the peak. Maybe there's a little bit more wisdom to actually trying to tack underneath it. That has yet to be played out. That's certainly the tactics and everything else aside from it. Cloudbreak's in charge here. Let's check our scores. And just like that, Baptiste Clarec is in the lead with a 5.87 and a 5.6. The judges are clearly stoked on his critical level of riding. His aggressive attack. He is showing it again. Everything to play for here. Second place, Anthony Runes, having the contest of his life at this point. Good for him. Ripping sailor, great guy, and steely competitor, no doubt about it. Antoine Albert in third place, 4.33, and Campello getting a 2.67 for that wave that he caught and looked at for a long time. It's very apparent that having an eye of a surfer is important right now, and understanding where in the lineup these waves are breaking and how to approach them in a manner that's going to impress the judges above all else. .340 in the afternoon here in Fiji. 17 and a half minutes left in men's semi number 1. Men's semi number 2 is coming up. Then we will run the women's final. After the women's final, we will run the men's final. And God willing, we will have a result to this event and lifetime worth of memories and images to cherish from it. It's all playing out right now. And if I was to say there is, something happening in terms of the conditions changing, I think the swells, filled in, if not peaked. Every now and then there's a big bomb set that's coming in. There's a couple of these waves that are swinging wide, and a lot of them are also hugging the top part of the reef. It's up to the riders to interpret where to be and when. The wind isn't strong enough to plane freely in the lineup. It's a question of letting the wave pick you up and be in position to ride it, either from below or above the peak. And we can see in the lineup right now that it is a little lighter than it's been. It's kind of a down moment in the wind. But it looks like to me that it's going to hold steady. It hasn't changed in its direction, and it's just varying in its intensity here as we make our way through the afternoon. It seems pretty typical to me based on what I've seen. Afternoon wind. All riders have a score on their card. We have seen situations in the past where some riders are getting left empty-handed, can't find waves, won't ride waves, whatever you have you. I can tell you with full confidence that this heat is going to roll right through the clock and count. We have definitely seen enough scoring potential on these rides. It's just a matter of time before another good set hits the peak and rolls through here. But this is some of that in-between stuff as we look at Campello on his Nash rig, patiently pacing the lineup, thinking to himself what he could have maybe done differently on that wave. And my answer to that is, not a whole lot. He wasn't quite in the spot for it. And what he decided there was, I think, to just get a good score and not blow up. But I think that wave fooled him a little bit too. I do need to say that. It didn't quite do exactly what it looked like he expected it to do. And hence the slightly lower score that he got as compared to Antoine Albert, who committed turns and got into the game. And Antoine Albert's on a wave here. There he is from the back. Very, very nice angle here. A little bit blind, Albert's behind the peak. He was in danger of getting hit, and he bobbles a very most important opportunity for him. He was left behind the peak there. You could see that he had engaged his boom and sheeted in fully, and he found himself on the high line. And then Cloudbreak lipped him. Caught the clue. And definitely put an end to his ride there. Here comes Clarek. A study in consistency and critical positioning. He's going all the way to the peak and letting the wave build behind him. Clarek drops down with his now signature mass tip pointing bottom turn. Midway up the face, aerial for Clarek. Perfect landing. Back into the bottom turn. Clarek is just absolutely on fire here. He has unlocked the code. That's going to be a really nice scoring ride. We're sitting here on the Thundercloud looking at this into the barrel perspective. And Clarek just delivered again. And what he delivered was critical positioning. What you saw him drop into the wave on the fade line. He bottom turned under the hook and got under the lip and allowed the lip to throw him over that section. Landed in the bottom turn position, mass tip pointing into the barrel. Stunning view. And got a couple more turns and got out of there. That's going to probably be the highest score of the heat, and it is. A 6.67. Clarek lives in the over 10-point category here. Just living in it. Outstanding sailing from him. Runes kind of got saved by Albert fumbling that wave. Because Albert didn't need to score that high to overtake Runes. And he gave that one away. Live action. Here comes Ricardo Campello. Oh, yes, it is Ricky Ricardo on such a nice wave. Drops in, sets his rail. Gets under the lip. Wave is going to go square. Really nice cutback from Ricardo. Trying to get into the scheme of things here. Nobody else riding Keep It on Campello, who finishes his ride before things got too critical. That's better than his first wave. By a long shot. That was a completed ride. Now Rick has a lot to do. Ricardo's got to get back out there and dip into some of that Campello vision. Give himself a chance to actually get the highest score of his heat. Ricardo scoring a 5 for that ride. And that is the third highest score in this heat. Excuse me, the fourth highest score, because Clarek's scoreline looks like the star pupil. 5.87, 5.6, and 6.67. And look to the outside. There is a super bomb set coming in here. Who's going to get it? Who wants this one? Anthony Runes, are you going to turn around and take advantage of your opportunity? You're too far inside. No dice. Ooh, Clarek's going to chip into this thing from below. Baptiste Clarek on a hooter here. And Runes behind him. This is a sick exchange. Look at Anthony Runes behind Clarek. This is the dream, you guys. Bottom turning under the hook. Runes bottom turning outside of him. Quintessential Cloudbreak on offer. Runes. And outside of him, we've got 3 riders riding. There is Antoine Albert on the outside as Runes is coming to the inside. Critical line going down here. Right by Clarek, who finishes his ride off the chip in. Here comes Antoine Albert. This thing's going to go scary squarey. The New Caledonian bottom turning under the hook and gets out of there. I told you things were going to get critical there. And Albert is not in a good spot. Here comes the second wave of this set. Watch, is this a pounding? Is he going to get away with it? He is living clean, ladies and gentlemen. Just squeaking out of that. Okay, big exchange there. That was a solid set. Now, how that went down was Anthony Runes was sailing out. Campello was sailing out, who had basically gotten his best ride of the heat, the 5. Campello had a front row seat for that entire set. Anthony Runes stared it down, didn't want to go too deep, whatever you want to call it. Baptiste Clarec chips into that first wave of the set and has an outstanding ride to show for it. A 6.70, his highest score of the heat. Runes then goes on the second wave of that set. And man, he had himself a really good ride and a 6.0 to show for it. Runes, like I said earlier, is on a dream run. Most important heat of his life. And he's capitalizing. Ricardo Campello still in the game here. We got 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Ricardo with that low 5 puts himself in position to try to nip on Runes' heels. And it's a dangerous situation because Campello needs a 5.45. And anybody who knows Ricardo Campello and understands the scoring potential of his riding prowess knows this for certain, is that if Ricardo gets on the right wave and delivers, he will overtake Runes unless Runes ups the score even more. It's close between second and third. Runes with a total of 10.57, Ricardo with a 7.8. As we look at the lineup, epic cloud break unfolding in front of us. Antoine Albert, unfortunately, has missed some opportunities in this heat. And here comes Campello. He's edging into a wider set. These are the ones that go square. This could be big-time fireworks. Here comes Ricardo, dropping in with shish kebab staring at him. First cutback, full head of speed here. Second cutback, Ricardo kicks out. Just too much apparent wind for him to deal with. And Ricardo might not have wanted to go on that one because an even bigger set is coming in now. Oh my goodness, here comes Baptiste Clarec dropping in. Beautiful looking wall hitting the outside with a couple ripples on it. This will clean up as it rounds the corner. This wave is going to go square as well. And Clarec's ready to deal with it. Right there. Cut back into the bowl. Beautiful looking wave here. Unbelievable level of amplitude off of that cutback. That was risky. Another super risky turn. This time, Baptiste is going to pay. Here comes the axe. It's going to land on his head. Oh my goodness. Vaporized. And it doesn't matter. Clarec's looking like he's going to get out of this heat no matter what happens next. It's not over though, and his rig is in one piece. But that's the ordeal, and you see the high level of risk in his riding. Those high line cutbacks weren't lost on me at all. That wave went square. There was a bigger one behind it. He manages to finish those cutbacks, but that last one where he squeaked out, that's the one that did him in. And I guarantee you he would have never tried it if he had seen the set that was swinging wide. Clarec's had a look in his eye this entire contest that's kind of gotten progressively more intense the further he's making it. And he's doing two things with his level of confidence. He has made waves that he's probably gone, wow, if I tried that and I made it, then I can push even further. And you're seeing this progress. He's pushing harder and harder. But that time, Cloudbreak pushed back. And he is fully dealing with this now. In fact, he can't even find his rig. I don't see it on the inside anywhere. Could it have just disappeared altogether? Dude, where's my rig? Oh, you got to be kidding me. Heaviest ever contest. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Cloudbreak is still going here. Look at these lines coming in on the horizon. On some of the more cloudy days, it literally looks like the waves come out of the clouds. It's got to be the most beautiful wave on Earth. Oh my gosh. Big shakeup in the rankings. And they took time with this score to consider exactly what it was. But now, the New Caledonian, Antoine Albert, has squeaked into second place ahead of Anthony Runes by the narrowest of margins. Antoine Albert with a 5.97. He had a critical wave there for sure before he had to kick out for survival. And he is ahead of Runes, 10.3 to 10.17. And Ricardo Campello is right there, 9.36. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And it's a hard thing to do when you're kind of squeaking around. The lineup's got waves in it. Most of the riders in this heat are kind of out of position. But one person who deserves a shot here is Ricardo Campello. And another person who deserves a shot is somebody who's actually on a wave, and that's Anthony Runes, excuse me. Runes has a shot here. This is a gorgeous wave, and he is sizing it up because he's in the perfect spot to watch it size up and load up on the reef here. Runes dropping in, fade line, understands where he is. Punches a beautiful looking bottom turn as this wave hits the reef. And it's going to start bending in. Beautiful bottom turn right in front of the photographers, but he goes down and loses it at the worst possible time. Antoine Albert, sub-sea level bottom turn. Critical positioning, and he gets swatted. Now we have mere moments left. 1 minute left in this heat. And both of those riders fumbled their opportunity to seal the deal. And Ricardo Campello is on the outside, ready to capitalize on this. Can Campello get a wave here and make a difference? It would be a buzzer beater. You better believe it. 1 minute left. There is a bomb set, and Ricardo Campello has waited for this moment his entire career, and it's time to deliver. Here comes Campello, dropping in on one of the biggest waves of the heat. Punches his bottom turn. He's positioning himself. He knows how important this is. This is everything. Campello watching the wave go square. Bottom turns under the hook. Really commits his line. That was a beautiful cutback. The wave's now in front of Shish Kebabs. Properly square. Redirects. That was massive. He got lip launched. Campello still going. Pivotal moment in his career. Ricardo Campello heading to Shish Kebabs. Offer broke, and he is going to sky the aerial and eject. And I'll tell you straight up right now that if Campello gets the score, this will be one of the defining moments of his career. And that was a super well-ridden wave, and the heat is over. Will he get the score? He just did. It's a 6. Ricardo Campello has made the final in the most dramatic fashion imaginable, as if Cloudbreak wrote the script, and I'll take you through it briefly before we go to the cut here. Albert and Runes fumbled their waves, gave it away. Campello right away lapped it up into a career-defining performance. He's in the final, and we will be right back with the women's final after this. Let me catch my breath. Wow. Man, I'm just composing myself here. I was watching Ricardo Campello still peel himself off the rocks at Shish Kebabs, just going, man, I'm really proud of that guy, and that's a moment that he really deserved to have in his career. There's all been a lot of hit and misses for Ricardo, but this was one of the best moments for him. Clarek and Campello are in the final, and here is men's semi number 2 on the water, and the flag is up. It is game on here. What a rally. If this is any indication of what's about to happen, sign me up. That was just awesome. We have Robbie Swift, Takuma Sugi, Antoine Martin, and Mark Perrico in the second men's semi. That last semi was super heavy. I'm still just gripped at how that played out. And there's a lot to be learned from it. There's a lot to be learned from the fact that you have to be patient. But that got taken to its logical extreme there. And sometimes Cloudbreak decides these things, and I guess Cloudbreak really likes Ricardo Campello in more ways than one. What an awesome performance. Men's semi number 2, Robbie Swift, Antoine Martin, Mark Perrico, and Takuma Sugi. And we're bringing it to you live here at 4 o'clock Fijian time from Cloudbreak. And this is Takuma Sugi, who is hungry. And he is going to eat here. Beautiful bottom turn, like late approach. Made it count. Got himself in the right position on this wave. It's still on the upper top part. It's not quite hit the elbow yet. But now it's going to. Except it was too much of one of those upper waves. And it gave him a look that he just didn't believe anything was going to happen on the lower part. But there was a second section to it that he might not have seen. But I'll leave that for later. He kicks out, and it's the first ride of this second men's semifinal, and he gets a 3-point total for it. And I think the judges' scale has adjusted accordingly to the conditions. In other words, an offering like Campello's, ridden critically, decisively, and in completion, with some flyaway kick out at the end, is going to be rewarded with a 6 or so. Clarek riding the book. Critical positioning, getting involved with the lip line, under the lip, through the lip, and aerials. That's the winning formula here. And the interpretations of how to ride the wave are many. But man, when you look at Clarek, he's ticking all the boxes. He's got it. All eyes are on the lineup. And there are critical decisions being made just simply based on positioning. And it's this interesting contrast of remaining calm, keeping yourself composed on what your plan is. What's the plan? Get the best wave you can find and ride it as aggressively and completely as possible. And if you could will yourself into some of these waves and just make them appear, you would, of course, but that's not how it works. No. Cloudbreak's in charge here. Firmly in charge. Call me a believer in those kind of superstitions, if you will. That's not a superstition, it's a fact. And we are only guests here, trying to blend in and tap into the energy source, which is considerable. There's a lot of energy being expended by these waves breaking on this reef. And these riders are certainly able to harness that energy. And you're looking at it right now as Robbie Swift fading in. Clearly his wave, no disputes. Everybody's a gentleman out there. Robbie Swift, beautiful looking wave. This is all-time levels. It's still on the outside. It hasn't really cleaned up. There's a couple of these ribs on the face, so he's got to time his bottom turn accordingly. As you see, he's coming right towards us on the thundercloud here. Robbie Swift getting ready for this wave to hit the inside section. But the wave behind him on par A has more of an elbow, but Swift is still going to town here. You can see the difference. Swifty's wave's really good. It's running fat in the channel, but par A has this huge wall behind him. And this is playing out now. You have both riders. Swifty's done with his wave. Here comes Paré. It's really going to go square here. This one swept a little bit wider, and Paré has read it perfectly. He really has, but this is going to be too much. And he gets exploded. Detonated. You really got to watch out for shish kebabs. One of the more appropriately named sections in surfing. Swifty also lost his gear, and he is waving frantically for the jet ski. This semifinal just took a turn here. Now, our other two competitors, that being Sugi and Martin, are all alone in the lineup now. Swifty's waving for his caddy. And for a manner of perspective, Clarek and Campello are still dealing with their ordeals on shish kebabs from the heat before. Now, here comes Vince Steves, resident of Maui and fireman. Overall, great guy. Here to help out with the event. We're really thankful. Thank you, Vince. He picks up Swifty, who is barking instructions of some sort, pointing frantically. He's pointing for his spare rig. Now Mark is also swimming by himself, wondering where his jet ski is. Let's hope this isn't an issue. I would definitely help Mark and ditch Clarek if it was up to me. There he goes. Okay, now Mark's got a ski coming to him. Very little to complain about. This has all been done in a timely fashion. It was, however, Mark's mistake to take off so deep on that wave and not negotiate that final section that put him in this predicament. It's not the jet ski's fault. It's nobody's fault. This is the game. You're here to push the limits of the sport. Well, the limits have been found in the form of a collapsing section at Shish Kebabs, which shut the door on Paré after a monumental ride. And let's check our scores. Yes, let's see what the judges have to say about that. Robbie Swift in first place, 6.7, representing the United Kingdom. Mark Perry-Rico getting a 5.53, a very fair score for that ride, which could have been higher if, per se, he had decided to go for absolute broke on his first wave of a semifinal that has so many implications that it's not even funny. And I just gave a power salute to Campello, who just sailed by the thundercloud, and he's bleeding from his arm. I'm just saying, he's bleeding. There's blood in the water. Awesome. Takuma Sugi, way in the distance. Here comes the flyby. Our ace drone pilot, Paul Van Bellen, crushing it in the sky. This is our primary angle, because this shows the whole story. Keep it right here, nobody else on the wave. Sugi, bottom turns. This goes into the South Pacific dreamscape mode. Look at these colors. Look at this wave contour and quality. Sugi interpreting this the following way, with a very fine style, a little bit of a cut back there that you don't want to bleed too much speed, believe me. And that little skip aerial isn't necessarily what we call the standard aerial. Those were little kind of gimmicky final things. It's not going to push his score as high as, let's say, one power hack would have done. Because head judge Angela Cochran has made it very clear to everybody that you've got to get on a good wave and ride it aggressively. Aggressive, aggressive, aggressive. Don't get on a good wave and act like that's all you need to do and soul arch your way around. No. Not to accuse anybody of doing that in the first place. We've seen a few runaway rides, but those are also the people who have their equipment in one piece and aren't bleeding. You know. Takuma Sugi assumes the lead based on it being his second scoring wave. It's also his highest scoring wave of this semifinal. Sugi in the heat of his life. No two ways about it. You're in the semifinals at the Cloudbreak event. This is all the marbles. It's a 5-star. This has really big world title implications here. And that brings the situation to the following. Antoine Martin doesn't have a wave yet. We are 16 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Pivotal stuff here on the scorecard. And you're looking at it like your first wave, your second wave. These are the things that are playing out right now. Antoine Martin kind of got left out of a couple exchanges there. He's wondering what's going to happen to his chances. Mark Perry-Rico replaying it in his head, the ordeal that he went through. He's right there in that white duotone sail. Mark's like, he knows he's in the game. He needs a 1.18, okay? Robbie Swift in second place needs a 1.57 to take the lead. Sugi has the lead by the narrowest of margins. But remember what I said about Cloudbreak deciding this too. Just remember I said that. Right now the wind has taken something of a shift. And the way I'm seeing it right now, a little bit more to the south. Bringing it slightly more on shore even. And what that does is it gives you the chip in. You're basically able to eye it from your right shoulder as you're dropping in, and you can do two things. You can check over your right shoulder and then look down the line. And once you see that thing hit the elbow and go, you're no longer looking over your right shoulder. You are looking straight into the pit at Shish Kebabs, for one thing, and trying to get out of trouble. Here comes a second scoring wave for Mark Perry-Rico. And it's a medium-sized wave, but it's got a really nice shape to it. And this has high scoring potential because he can kind of cut loose on it a little bit more. There he is. Third bottom turn, trying to find the aerial more than anything. And he gets his sail a little bit glued up there. He's fine. He kicked out. Mark Perret might actually take the lead with that, for all I can tell. It was a really good scoring wave. And he does take the lead promptly with a 4. So you can see what the judges are doing here. It should be very apparent that, wave quality is important, but wave size and wave quality are two different things, number one. Number two is the approach taken on the wave and how it's being ridden. Mark Perret went to town on that wave. He went into an aggressive turning mode, and every turn was in the critical part of the wave. He had that little bobble at the end, pulled the sail out, and got out of there. And he's in the lead, narrowly. This battle right now is between Swift, Sugi, and Perret. And I like Mark's position here, but he can't relax for a second. And somewhat shockingly, Antoine Martin, no scores yet. And there is definitely a limit to how patient he can be. And I'm left to wonder a little bit how he got left out of some of these exchanges, because he's a wave-catching machine. So there might have been some tricky little things happening there, but Antoine Martin, we all want to see him get on the board and get a score here. It's hard. And there's Martin at the top left hand of your screen in the black north sail. trying to edge upwind, and he's got a swell behind him. You can see this unfolding here. Does he have enough wind to pump into this? He does look quite underpowered, but I think this is going to be enough. Here's Martin pumping to get on this wave with someone else giving him some hustle. Is it enough? Martin's in. That's great news for this entire contest. Here we go. T-Tune, he's called. Has a nice wave at Cloudbreak to him. Nice cut back under the lip and behind the peak. Second bottom turn. Wraps it around. Pere Rico behind him. Antoine Martin entering the lower part of this wave. This is one of the better rides. This is connecting. Martin kicks out. Pere Rico right behind him. Midway through his ride, trying to get ahead of it. Learned his lesson from the last wave. Doesn't want to get caught from behind. Marc Pere now has exceeded the score on his previous wave. He's certainly going to get aggressive here. Kicks out. Shish Kebab staring at him in the face. And Marc Pere continuing his run to the final. After this heat, we have the women's final, which is Sarah Hauser, Sarah Kita Ofringa, Jessica Crisp, and Coco Fouveau. Immediately after this heat. The wind might look light in the lineup. It is fluctuating a little bit. There are holes in it. But this now looks like we're about to enter a period of it getting a little windier than the last 10 minutes have been. And that's good news for this semifinal here. With 10 minutes and 36 seconds to go. Definitely some jockeying going on the outside. And Takuma Sugi's on a nice looking wave here. The selection process played out. He's going on the first wave of the set. Robert Swift behind him. This will be one heck of an exchange. Martin and Rico have a front row seat for Takuma Sugi, who fades into it and gets a nice hit. That was lip contact, and that matters. Takuma Sugi representing Japan quite proudly and quite effectively here at Cloudbreak. The lone remaining Japanese sailor takes it to the inside. Something happened with Swifty. Looks like he didn't quite go on that one. And that was probably a good idea because that wave didn't really offer it. Sugi's on the best wave of this set, and he's still going. Something he's kind of famous for is length of ride, which was how he made his money yesterday. And he kicks out rather deliberately, but without the huge style points of a freestyle sailor, let's just say. But he's going to live to sail another day here. And that was a really nice wave. And it puts him in the lead. Ahead of Pare Rico, who upped his score. So here you see it. Wow. Everybody's in the game here because the high scores belong to different riders. In other words, the highest score for Pare Rico is a 5.53. And Takuma Sugi's high score is a 5.27. Antoine Martin's high score is a 5.8. He's about to get into the game on his second scoring ride. And here it is. Antoine Martin trying to add to his total. What a bottom turn that was. Right under the lip. These medium ones kind of are the ones. But even Martin doesn't want to deal with the impending doom of a shish kebab's mission. That's not going to be his highest score, but it's going to be a good score. He got a couple good turns in the hook there before it went down. Robbie Swift in fourth place. Robbie Swift with the highest single score of this heat, 6.7. Keep that in mind. This is wide open when it comes down to it. It's a three-way tie for first for now. 10.2, 10.2, and 10.2 for Martin, Pare Rico, and Sugi. Robbie Swift sits in fourth with a 6.7. Marinate that for just a little bit. And remember what happened in the other semi. There he is, Robbie Swift, consummate competitor and professional, sponsored by Neil Pride and JP. Moving slowly. He's had a great day. No question about it. Mark Perry-Rico on a wave on the inside. He hasn't done anything yet. This was his first little setup to it, and he kicks out. Probably saw something in it that ended up not happening. Anyway, back to Swifty. And he's pondering the significance of the moment for sure. It's very significant. This is a golden opportunity for him. There's 6.5 minutes left for him to find a suitable wave to drop his second score. Robbie's pumping. Does he have this one? It's looking possible. I think he's got it. He's behind the peak. This is one of those ones that's going to swing wide, and there's a bigger wave behind it. True consequences if he doesn't deliver here. Antoine Martin on the way behind him. Here comes Robbie Swift. It's going to get critical quickly. He gets his cut back. He's ahead of it. Swift with his second turn. Antoine Martin behind him, setting up something fierce. Robbie Swift heading to the inside. You see both riders now. There's Martin. There's Swift. And outside of him is Sugi dropping in late. What an exchange. Swifty's done. Here comes Antoine Martin with a gigantic hit, and he goes down, and that's a massacre. Oh my goodness. Sugi heading to the inside. Sugi on a hooter. This is a super nice wave for Sugi. This is hitting the spot properly. Gives him a chance to go lip lining. It's getting fat behind him. He's getting closed out. Cloudbreak is definitely owning this situation here. Swifty's about to get the hammer on the head here. Mark Perry-Rico on the outside, dropping in off the elbow. Right as Swifty barely survives the pounding. Mark Perry better get on his horse because this thing's going square on him right now. Mark Perry on his inside rail and just didn't read it. Got massacred. I told you it was going to go square. I told you Cloudbreak was in charge. Oh my goodness. So, that was possibly one of the more intense exchanges of the event, and now waves are just rolling through here. Partly contributing to this drama is the wind's a little lighter. But Swifty, you know, we kind of started with him, right? He went on the first wave of that set. He got a good ride too. He did. And it was really, in a sense, one of the more scoring opportunist type of waves in this. Because it allowed a little space to turn. It allowed him to get a little looser on this. But we have a big shakeup, ladies and gentlemen, because Robbie Swift is in first place, having scored a 6-point ride on his second wave. Antoine Martin is in second place, having scored a 5.35. And Mark Perry-Rico right behind, 10.2. Sugi, 10.2. Now for the Carnage report. Mark Perry-Rico, in third place, is heading back to his gear depository to see what he has to work with, which means certain damage has occurred. The lineup belongs to Robbie Swift, who is now in first place. Two things happened there. Swifty avoided detonation with the rest of the set, and somehow with that, right when Mark Perret was dropping in, or excuse me, when Martin was dropping in behind, Swifty pushed his rig over the lip. You didn't see it. I caught it out of the corner of my eye, and that allowed him to get his rig away from trouble. He is now sailing out into the lineup by himself. None of the other finalists are in the lineup. That means Antoine Martin and Takuma Sugi are somewhere dealing with the shish kebabs ordeal. I can see them down there. And it's going to take too much time. Martin's in one piece and he's getting dragged into the buoy area. So this is where the jet ski assistance now is going to come into play. Okay, he's in one piece. And that's Ian Muller driving him straight to the buoy, where that is the limit of where the jet ski can take him. It is to the buoy and nowhere else if he's going by the rules here. Okay. Okay, second buoy. Fine. Okay, anyway. As Martin is being brought to the lineup, we have 2 minutes left in this heat. 1 minute and 40 to be precise. Mark Perry Rico, his score has dropped, and he is in second place. He got a 6. He is just barely ahead of Antoine Martin, who is desperate for a scoring ride here. 1 minute and 23 seconds left. A set has approached. Let's get to the lineup, please. Robbie Swift dropping in. Robbie Swift, with a wave behind him, is on the first wave of a set. Nobody behind him. Oh, this is big because it's a big set and Swifty's done with it. Antoine Martin is in the lineup with no time remaining practically. This is it. This is a similar ending here. Can Martin squeak into this? Golden opportunity for Martin. 46 seconds left. He's pumping furiously. Does he have a chance? He can't catch it. Oh, that's terrible. He had the chance. 30 seconds left. Antoine Martin needs a 5.68 to get into second place. And he is watching time evaporate. Swifty simply in the lineup will be aware shortly upon the completion of this heat that he has won the heat and made the final. And Takuma Sugi's score now has dropped. And Sugi is in second place. This is freaking amazing. The heat's over. And making the final is Robbie Swift and Takuma Sugi. Antoine Martin and Mark Perry Rico are out of the event. And everybody scored over 10. We have 11-point heat totals minimum. Swifty at 12.87 wins the heat. And that played out just about as dramatically as anything I have ever seen. And those exchanges are fever pitch exchanges. And when those sets came in, it went down. And everything that you could expect to happen at Cloudbreak happened. The carnage, the glory, those moments of beauty mixed in with it all. Here's a couple replays. Perry Rico on the kick out. There's Antoine Martin. Just missing the final by the narrowest of margins. Barely missing it. And there's Robbie Swift. You know, at the end section of this, there's a more proper representation of his efforts. Beautiful bottom turn for Robbie. Look at these conditions. There's Martin. That was his moment. If he had made that, he'd be in the final. Sugi, moment of his career. Even though it resulted in an absolute pounding, that cutback that he made is the reason he's in the final. And that satisfies the judges' criterion. All right. Let's get ready for the women's final. We'll be right back. making the final. That was a battle for the ages that will not be forgotten anytime soon. Major fireworks just went down there. All right, to the women's final. Coco Fuveau, Sarah Hauser, Sarakita Ofringa, and Jessica Crisp. A wealth of experience out in that lineup right now. And definitely a lot to play for these riders. World title equations in the balance. And that is how we are going to start the final. Let's get to the lineup. We have a bomb. Wow. Look at Coco Fuveau's wave. This is a super nice cloud break offering. Coco is gunning it down the line. This thing is breaking super wide, and there's a bigger one outside of it. Oh my goodness. Coco Fuveau on a gorgeous wave, and she better watch out behind her because there's a bigger one behind her, and she's got to be really careful here. Coco Fuveau, beautiful looking wave. This wave has already been a magnificent ride, demonstrating the clear majesty of cloud break. And behind her, she sees the set and gets a little bit further away from it. Perfect positioning. She's safe. Here goes Sarakita Ofringa on an absolutely beautiful cloud break wave. This is getting oohs and ahs from everybody. Sarakita on such a nice one. Everybody is cheering her on. Absolutely one of the nicest waves she's ever ridden in her life, and that's getting applause from everybody. And you know, that's what I'm talking about. That was just an awesome exchange. Coco Fuveau opened up the scoring, fading into this beautiful looking wave, and you thought, wow, that thing's just bombing. Then behind, here comes Sarakita on this window maker. And she rode it really well. She could have taken that thing halfway back to Suva. But she decided to, you know, keep it short right here at Thundercloud. And she sailed by with this smile on her face that was so warm and glowing. And that's just about everything you ever want to see in a women's final. Wow. And it has just gotten started. And that, you know, game of jockeying for those waves, whew, you know, it happens quickly. And I'll say this, there's a lot of waves in the lineup right now. And I think that I see Sarah Hauser getting ready to get on a bomb. And she certainly is. Once again, she designed a board here for Cloud Break. Let's see what it can do. This is a really nice wave for Sarah getting in the game. Hauser extends her line to punch her bottom turn in a really nice critical position, actually, because this wave is going to hit the spot, and it's just got Sarah's style written all over it. She wraps it back around, brings this to the inside. Perfect positioning for Hauser. Absolutely well-placed turn there. Take it home, Sarah. Here we go. Nice cutback. Nice little level of agility there. That was the extra stuff right there. And Sarah's ride is done. That was a really nicely ridden wave by Hauser. I wouldn't be surprised to see the judges reward that quite a lot. Jessica Crisp was behind Sarah on another wave, but Crisp, you know, not being somebody who's vying for a world title here anymore. She doesn't feel like, you know, doing the grind. You know, that's her decision, but she had an opportunity to get in on a really nice looking wave, and it looks like maybe, just maybe, the conditions are changing to a degree where it's getting more offshore now, which is going to make it more difficult to catch waves. It's a little lighter as well. The standings are the following. In final heat number 1 of the 2023 Fiji Pro Women's Pro Bracket, Sarakita Ofringa with an 8.13 for that bomb. What a wave. What a moment in her career to catch that wave and ride it the way she did. In second place, Sarah Hauser, 6.87. Right behind her is Coco Fouveau with the 6.8. And I don't think they're scoring Jessica's kick out. So that's what we got. 23 minutes left in the women's final heat. Everything to play for. It's such a mixture of, calm, reserved, moments of tension, but at the same time, the majesty of Cloudbreak coming through here. There are super nice waves rolling in here. Jessica Crisp in the impact zone before your banner there. She's hidden by the banner. And she is going to make this drop. With her shiny hot sail, Jessica Crisp, with full intention to ride this one for sure. Make no mistake. Jessica bringing it to the inside. There's lots more riding to do. Look at the distance of ride, you guys. This wave's hundreds of meters long. And, she might have just gotten tired. It's like, I can't do this anymore. I'm kicking out. But not before getting what should be a pretty decent score. There were some turns in there swooping around. Not quite the precision of Hauser or the panache of Fouveau. But it's a 5.07, and it definitely puts her in a position to go out there and find a better one. However, Sarakita Ofringa with that 8.13 is in command of this final. And she can run the lineup the following way. She can get real pick and choosy here. There are 2 different ways to go about it. Go get that backup score right away. Get on anything that comes in and go get that backup score and just, get the score and back it up and be there. Which is what she's going to try to do here. This is an adequate offering for her to back up her 8-1. Here comes Sarakita representing Aruba. Trying to stay with where the wave's actually breaking, and it just rolled a little bit beyond the zone where it would have stayed critical. It's going to be a score. It's going to maintain her lead. It's going to allow her to do the following. She can run this lineup and get on waves that her competitors can't get on, number 1. Number 2, she can go back up that 5 that she just dropped and go get a better score. Right now, for a 13.13, well, let's just say this. Sarakita Ofringa, has a heat total that would come close to passing her through many men's heats. Just saying. And that is saying something. World-class sailor. 19 minutes and 45 seconds remaining here in the women's final at the 2013 Fiji Pro. We are here at Cloudbreak in Fiji. Freight trains are coming in down the line at Cloudbreak. They are absolutely perfect waves rolling down this reef right now. It's really impressive to see. If I suddenly disappear and you don't hear from me again, I went surfing. But I'm going to stay here because actually, as a fan of the sport, it's not lost on me that I'm watching and helping bring to you a very historical moment here. And these waves rolling in are canvases for these riders. And they are going to paint the picture of what happens in this final. And these canvases are a thing of beauty, let me tell you. As dangerous as they are. Let's take a look at the lineup and the waves breaking as these competitors sort through their strategies. There are the four of them: Hauser, Crisp, Fouveau, and Ofringa. Oh, man. Awesome stuff. 4:42 in the afternoon here in Fiji. Cloudbreak offering everything we could have ever possibly dreamed of asking. Vinaka. Really good size set breaking, but you are focused mostly on these four sailors. Here's our boat angle of the actual lineup. Thank you. And back to Sarakita, who's edging into position here. Meanwhile, in the real world, Cloudbreak grinding through here. Here comes Sarakita Ofringa, trying to pad her lead. This has been a pretty dominant performance by her. Nothing new. Sarakita dropping in right in the spot. Not fully, committing to the bottom turn. Making sure that she makes the wave. There's a cutback. Getting a little bit more into it there. Jessica Crisp on such a nice wave. What a celebration of these conditions we're seeing. Ultimately, yes, it's a contest, but it's definitely a celebratory kind of thing here. And after such a long career that she's had, this is kind of the payoff. Is a moment like this. Crisp kicks out and reflects on a golden career moment, of which today has brought many already. Trying to see how we can get a little more action from our other competitors who are definitely trying to watch this situation here. The angle of the SS Thundercloud has changed just based on its mooring in the wind, and it certainly appears as if the wind has swung to the offshore here, as is very common late in the day. And I'm trying to creak my neck here around the corner of my monitor to see exactly what's happening in the lineup. Hauser's furthest out as Cloudbreak grinding another one through here. That's Jessica Crisp going out. That's Sarakita in that green sail ahead of her, and then Hauser's on the blue sail on the outside. And has Sarah sniffed something to drop into? She's obviously being very selective. And it's a combination of being selective and just being in the right position here to be able to catch waves, because the wind has definitely switched offshore and it's dropped a little. Just enough to make this a situation where the pick and choose aspect of actually being able to catch the wave now could be a very deciding factor. Also meaning that the waves that were ridden up to this point were all super important exchanges, simply due to the fact that things have changed a little bit here. Sarakita Ofringa in the lead as we look at beautiful Tavarua Island and Nomotu in the far background there, spinning through the SS Thundercloud, a few of the other surf boats in the area, and finally back up into the lineup at Cloudbreak. It's fantastic to be here, because happiness comes in waves. Yes, it does. Jessica Crisp, with that ride she just produced, is in second place with a 4.7 to match her 4.73. Sarakita's last ride earned her a 5.17, though I already said that. Sorry for repeating it. 13.0 is the leader's total. Sarah Hauser in third place with a 6.87 and one ride to her count. And Coco Fouveau, who started this heat with a 6.8, hasn't gotten anything since. Now, my observation about the wind dropping a little bit, well, it just picked up a tiny bit more. And it's about to fill into the actual line where the women are waiting patiently for another set to come in. And this is the waiting game. Jessica Crisp has position on Hauser in terms of being further upwind of her. Those two did battle in the Aloha Classic final last year. Coco Fouveau is heading out on the Red Severn, and jibing there on the Green Neil Pride is Sarakita Ofringa. This is what's happening underneath them. These are some of the waves that are passing through without anybody riding them. And there are a few reasons for it. As you can see, that wave is very square, for one thing. And it rolled in kind of under the pack. Nobody was able to ride that one. Nice healthy puffs of wind here. It is very offshore. This is going to make the last stanza of this heat very challenging. We have 10 minutes left in the women's final heat, number 1. The men's final is going to start promptly at 5 in the afternoon and run to 5:30. And at that point, it's going to be last call at Cloudbreak. Patience pays off, and it paid off in men's semi number 1, and it paid off in men's semi number 2, most notably for Ricardo Campello and Robbie Swift. And etched into my memory banks are some of these iconic moments of this contest so far. And I don't think we really need to go to replay. As you see, there are definitely some waves coming in here, and we don't want to miss anything from the final part of this heat. This women's final here at the 2023 Fiji Surf Pro, as we scan the lineup and look at all the assortments of equipment and boats and everything that it took to bring you this. There's the SS Thundercloud, Catamaran behind us, and some of the other surf boats. This is the arena. Ian Muller, Vince Steves on their jet skis, pacing the lineup, making sure everybody's safe. They have done a spectacular job in doing so. If the only thing that's happened today are some cuts and scrapes and some broken gear, then that is mission accomplished. Definitely in an in-between moment here in Cloudbreak. If nothing else happens, these standings are going to represent the final results. But I think we have one more exchange in us within the next 8 minutes. If it follows the script of what's happened in the other heats, there's going to be a big set within the last minute of this heat. And until that happens, please join me in enjoying the beautiful atmosphere of Cloudbreak, known in Fijian as Kurukuru Mailani, or thunder from the clouds, or wind through my microphone. These waters are echoing memories from the past champions of Fijian windsurfing contests. Robbie Nash winning in 1997 at the Namotu event, which really kick-started a lot of this off. It really did. Camille Bon winning the Cloudbreak event last year. Who will raise the trophy this year? It's still playing out. But one contender who looks like they might be in line to make something happen here, is that not Coco Fuveau, who just misses catching that wave. Just missed chipping into that one. We really wanted to see that happen. It's just a little bit lighter, and the positioning super hard here. That current's running down the reef, pushing people out of the lineup. Barely enough wind to catch waves, but you still have to hold your position. Here comes some more opportunities, and Coco Fuveau is going to be given a very big opportunity here. She has positioned herself perfectly for this very, very nice wave. Fuveau gathers herself to solidify her rig positioning here as she fades into this. Cautiously bottom turns. She waited a long time for this. Right out of the pocket. Nice cutback for Fuveau. This wave's not done yet. It does have a lower section. Will she read it that way? No, she does not. And probably for a good reason. She gets a kick out. She has a great first score. This is not going to hurt her chances at all. In fact, what this is going to do is possibly put her... We'll find out in a second. That was a nice wave. She rode it well. Not with full aggression, but well. And it's one of those things where notching up the ladder here as our remaining competitors get in position. Our finalists are out there for the men's final. But our women's finalists now are going to play this position battle with 5 minutes left in this heat. And with daylight and wind waning, we cross our fingers tightly for what will be the final heats of this contest. Sarah Hauser, upwind of Ofringa, is pumping to get into this wave, and Hauser looks like she has it. And I like what I see here. Here's Hauser and Ofringa. Ofringa being very sportsmanlike and letting Hauser go there. That's what it's all about. What a great moment in that contest. Pure sportsmanship. Hauser, bottom turns in a critical part there, and she is not done. Hauser with every intention to ride this wave in its entirety for what it gives her is piecing together perfect placement turns in the pocket of the wave, and I, again, commend Sarah Kita Ofringa. They both pumped into that wave at a similar moment as Hauser jibes out and breathes a sigh of relief as these scores are now going to drop. Now, I will review this. Sarah Hauser, given the opportunity that she waited so long for, as we are watching Jessica Crisp crisscross across. My tongue twister there. Crisp is on a hooter. She better get on her horse here. And Fuvo's outside of her. We are being given this opportunity here to end this heat in a very, very justifiable way. Fouveau pushing her way through the elbow and getting to the inside on this beautiful offering. This is the dream, you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, taking first place in this heat with an 8.2 is Sarah Hauser, getting a great score for that last ride. Ofringa giving her the wave just as much as it was Sarah in position for it. I don't think we have a priority dispute. What we have is excellent sportsmanship, and we also have one of the biggest sets of the heat coming into the lineup. Sarah Kita Ofringa might be caught here. Is she going to be caught, or is she going to catch this? I think she's looking good. Can she get out of the way of this big set? She's going to get caught by it. She gets buried by it. Unfortunate for Ofringa. Who saw that coming? A set of that magnitude. And Sarah was in the pit for it. And she deserved better for her sportsmanship than to get cleaned up by a 10-foot set at Cloudbreak. Oh, man. Those decisions matter. And Sarah Kita had kind of sniffed out the wave in front of that set. And, you know, that would have probably been one of those difference makers, too. My goodness, the flag is coming down. 2 minutes. Oh, wow. That's how it went down. That's the end of the heat. And we are going to turn it to our intermission here and give you the final results when we get back.
I got out of school and I needed to get a job, so I taught windsurfing. And that was it. I saw it, I loved it. That was that. Women had to do everything. You couldn't just be a wave sailor back in the old days. But wave sailing was always my favorite because it's just the most fun, the most dynamic, the hardest. One thing I love about Fiji is that everyone remembers your name. They're the most friendly people I've ever been in any country I've ever been to. I would say I love to look at Cloudbreak and I like to watch people surf there. I can't say I personally love Cloudbreak. It absolutely terrifies me because it's shallow and it's fast and I find it scary. I'm here to be head judge, which I like taking on that role as something different and feeling like it's a better way for me to give back. I think it'll be a really important place for the women to show themselves if they, if the conditions are right and get wind. And I think the men, if it's windy, the men will always make it look good. I really feel like giving the women an opportunity to be in big surf and kind of just really push their limits. I mean, that's really why I'm here. Support the women. My goal here is to have...
We are live. This is the first wave of the men's final. Takuma Sugi running into the inside on a fantastic looking wave. This is not done right here. Look at the contour of this wave. Sugi riding it with honor. Sugi continuing his ride to the inside, seeing if there's any little bonus section that he can rebound off of, but there really isn't. And there is no point in chasing down the line for small fractions of a point that may or may not be the difference. Men's final 2023. Fiji Surf Pro, Baptiste Clarek, Robbie Swift, Ricardo Campello, and Takuma Sugi. A battle for the ages awaits us. Sugi, the first rider on the board in this. And yes, you got it right. We are scoring here. No question about it. The way this has played out has just been storybook. A little bit of a question whether or not we were going to be able to finish this thing. And God willing that these other riders in this men's final are going to be able to catch and ride waves and get scores, this will be done. It's not lost on me, you guys. This has just been a historical day. Perfection in career-defining moments and performances have been on display here. And the road to the world title for 2023 is clearing up. It's being written right now in this final. And whoever's going to be crowned champion at Cloudbreak is going to be in the world title lead. And there's a lot more to play for during the rest of the tour. But right now, let's not leave Fiji. Ever. Just epic as it gets. And you can see these ground swells rolling in. The wind is light, yes, but it is definitely enough for some float and ride. Positional battles. Luck will play its hand to a degree, but you have to be skilled enough to be in the position to get lucky. And here comes Baptiste Clarek, who has been the standout rider of this event so far from day one. And his level of efficiency and effectiveness is only matched by his tenacity and technical prowess. And he can't get into this wave. All of a sudden, Cloudbreak denies him. That was pretty strange. Ricardo Campello on the Nash sail scoops up a beauty. Campello has been in a hunt for a world wave title for a while. And he kicks out of this wave. What's up? What was wrong with that one? Robbie Swift on the best wave of this set. Better ride it. He's not going to let me down. Here comes Swifty fading into it from behind. This is a huge moment for him. He is dropping into a picturesque Cloudbreak offering and punches his cutback with precision. Robbie Swift on a gorgeous wave, a dream wave. Continuing his ride to the inside. This was the wave you wanted. Maybe it was just Campello and Clarek who just didn't want to even be compared to that wave. Who knows? Swift gets on it and starts his final in the best possible way. Let's not forget about Takuma Sugi, who also started his final very, very strongly. Robbie Swift with a 7 and Takuma Sugi with a 6.13. Let me briefly rewind. Actually, I don't think we're going to announce the winners on the broadcast. We are going to wait for the awards ceremony. Let's do that. So let's just say we don't know who won yet. Or do you back at home already have the scores? Okay, fine. Well, never mind. I'm going to stick with the men's final here. And we'll give you the results when it's time. But I'll tell you something. That was an awesome women's final, and hats off to the 4 of you for putting on that awesome display. That was awesome. Baptiste Clarek no score. Ricardo Campello, no score. Robbie Swift with the 7 and Sugi with the 6.13. We have 21 minutes left in this final heat. Baptiste Clarek on a proper-sized cloud break wave here. And he has every intention to ride this. Mark my words. Here comes Clarek. He's done enough fading. He realizes where he is. It's time to get started on this. Wraps it around on his RRD board and rig. Proudly sponsored by Roberto Ricci Designs. Baptiste Clarek. Now, guns for the inside. Here it is. Showtime on the aerial. Lip line. He's not done. This thing is crushing down the line. He's got to go as fast as he can, highlining his way all the way, and completely reading this perfectly. Did you see the high line on that? The level of speed and amplitude that Baptiste Clarek just displayed was monumental. And he had to pinch every ounce of velocity from his rig to make that wave, and he certainly made it. And I think we're going to have a shakeup in the scoring here. The score is going to drop right now. Baptiste Clarek 7.9 in the lead. That's a perfect call by the judges. It's a measured response to Swifty's wave. Takuma Sugi, he had the first wave of this final. And that might have not necessarily set the scale. But now the scale is definitely set. And Campello is the only one without a score. Which means that this is most likely going to count for sure. I don't see any sort of reason for abandoning this whatsoever. What a day. Baptiste Clarek 8.17. Yeah. All the scores are in now. He shot through that like a freaking lightning bolt. That's going to be an amazing highlight. Just that moment of pinching the high line. He went critical throughout that ride. Really put it on the line. And the speed that he carried to the inside, I can promise you, 100%. These float and ride nail biters are spellbinding heats. It's such a contrast to a place like Pozo where it's blowing 50 knots and guys are jumping 50 feet into the air and the action is just on a completely different level. The heats are a lot shorter. The action is condensed. This tells a different story. Clarek, giving it a sniff there, realizes that's not even close to up to his standard. And if there's somebody who can play quality control on the lineup right now, it's Baptiste Clarek, who just looks like somebody who's ready to go ham on yet another insane cloud break offering. The sun is setting in the South Pacific. There is 17 minutes and 30 seconds left in this final. And what I want to see right now is Ricardo Campello catch a super nice wave and get into the mix here. We want all four riders in contention. And that's not too much to ask. I think it's going to happen. Campello, held it to a higher standard. He was kind of on something that would have given him only an okay score, and that just wasn't good enough for him. It is a final after all. And to have that kind of a standard is pretty important. And lest I spoke too soon, here comes Clarek, chipping in with Sugi behind him. Oh, Clarek's on something critical here. Oh no. He's wearing the set on the back of the head, and he gets obliterated. You saw it coming. Here comes Sugi. Sugi also needs to get on his horse and absorb the lesson of the elbow before shish kebabs. 100% commitment from Sugi. Takuma Sugi is heading to the inside for a big, big hero hit if he wants it. He wants it. He gets obliterated. A mirror image of the Brasinho. One-way ticket to Shish Kebab's award. Now Sugi enters the running for that award as well. But I applaud his effort. It was as if he heard me begging to hit the lip at Cloudbreak. Well, think again, young man, because Cloudbreak hits back. And you just saw it. You know what's in control and who's in control here. Baptiste Clarek on a wave that he probably wished he didn't catch. But it's no worry. Hits a 3, which would have been much higher had that not happened. He wore the lip on the back of his neck, made it through that, just barely, and then the lip just landed square on his head. That's going to make the highlight reel. The only two riders with 2 scores are the 2 riders in the lead at this moment, and these 2 riders are both dealing with the ordeal at Shish Kebabs for their second wave's efforts. Takuma Sugi in second place with an 11.13. Baptiste Clarek in first place with an 11.63. Robbie Swift sitting in third place with a 6.87. And Ricardo Campello with a duck egg so far. But we are all rooting for Campello to get straight into this. Clarek is being motored into the lineup. Ian Muller with a great job of driving there. And our other competitor, Sugi, is now also on the ski on his way out. It appears as if the horizon is shifting and that Robbie Swift has found what will be his second scoring ride of this final, and it is a good one. Oh, excuse me, that's Antoine Martin. Oh no. Never mind. Not the first time this has happened. Anyway, we can understand that he's not in the final. He's getting a little play. And that's that. It's quite a nice wave. Fortunately, the score is going to be a 0. And you better hope that he didn't take that away from someone else who was actually in this heat. Anyway, that's on display, and it is what it is. Beautiful wave. And probably a pretty big fine. Campello still yet to score a wave. Yes, Simeon. Do we have any consequences for Antoine Martin's ride through the middle of the final?
We've just put Antoine back into the final.
You've just put Antoine back into the final.
We have. And the reason for that was that in that semi-final, we had a whole lot of people break the rider rule, which was to be dropped at the yellow.
We'll let Campello's ride go here. Thank you. This was the wave that we wished Ricardo would catch. And we have a very interesting situation unfolding here, to say the least. Campello scoring off the bottom, forcing himself to ride this wave. He's also really far up on it. There's a lot more coming on this wave. There's a lower section for Campello, who's going to need every ounce of this wave to get back into contention here. Ricardo Campello reading this wave very effectively. This wave gifted him an opportunity to get several turns. He read it perfectly. Campello continues his ride. and proceeds. We will continue with the explanation from Simeon in just a moment because Baptiste Clorec is also on a wave as Campello goes down. We shift to the outside of the lineup. Baptiste Clorec, representing France in RRD, Boards and Sails, is in the middle section here and skies a giant aerial over the pit. Baptiste Clorec continuing his ride. And he is out, and that allows us an exchange. Simeon, please join me here.
Okay, I'll scoot over.
Yeah, scoot over. We'll get this on the screen here. There's enough of an in-between moment that we can now get the explanation from Simeon Glasson, IWT Director. Explain to me that Antoine Martin is in this final.
Okay, so we had a bit of a situation in that semi-final where all 4 riders ended up breaking the assist rule. And the assist rule was that they wouldn't be taken any further than the yellow marker. And they'd all agreed on that. They asked for that rule, and then they all agreed on that rule. And a couple of times things have happened. Robbie Swift was the first rider in that semi-final to ask his driver to break that rule and take him out. It seems like it may have happened earlier in the competition for circumstances that whatever. But anyway, Robbie asked for his driver to take him further out, and that set off a chain reaction amongst the other riders who then also asked for them to be taken out. The last rider to get an assist was Antoine Martin, and it would seem that those assists, when we look at the heat, had a material effect on the results, and they may have advantaged Takuma very significantly and disadvantaged Antoine very significantly. So that was the situation.
Who's in the final?
The final is now 5 people.
Okay.
We did not feel comfortable disqualifying anybody. That just felt too much. So instead, we've reinstated Antoine into that position, and we're having a 5-man final, and they're scoring that 5-man final now.
All right. So Antoine Martin is getting a score for that. I did not correctly state that he was sailing through the final. He's in the final, and I appreciate your explanation.
Apologies for the confusion.
Yeah, for a very unique and interesting situation, which I didn't comment on enough because I saw everybody going past the yellow buoy, and I might have alluded to it, but clearly I was there for that meeting, and nobody abided by it. Thank you, Simeon.
Thank you very much.
Let's continue with the final, the 5-man final. Here's Robbie Swift dropping in. Big moment for Swifty, and big moment for Antoine, who's somebody you want to root for as well. And here comes Swifty, looking like he can bottom turn like any of the best of them with a searing cutback. Swifty's hitting his stride here. He's having one of the best days of his life. Antoine Martin behind him. Antoine Martin gunning for the horizon here with another offering for Clorec behind him. And behind him, Campbell's finally going to get his first wave. Look at this exchange at Cloudbreak. This is what it's all about. Antoine Martin in the final by nature of what would amount to, in my book, a protest hearing of sorts based on a technicality. All those scores were so close anyway. We had, 3-way ties going down. This is one of those situations you're really not going to hear much from me about this. And let the keyboard warriors rain down the criticism. But let's also account for a little bit of flexibility here in that situation. I think that was handled pretty well. I do. And I'm really glad that it wasn't Antoine just sailing through the final. Enough of that. We are on. And let's see what the scores are. That's an interesting facet to this. Because Swifty is having himself a day. He really, really is. And I guess they don't really have it on the scoring system to get Antoine Martin's scores. But he's starting to slowly chip away here. Phenomenal moment. And Cloudbreak's, honoring this with offerings. Look at these waves coming in. Baptiste Clorec in a battle with Swifty, in a battle with Campello and Martin and Sugi, and Clorec wants to be champion. This is his moment to give it to us. Beautiful bottom turn. High level cut back here. He is looking super sharp. Clarek perfectly lined up with the contour of the wave. Sugi on the outside skying an aerial. Clarek skying his own version of the inside. Shish Kebab's hero hit. Sugi combining it. Clarek with one of the best waves I've ever seen in my life. Sugi just crushing Shish Kebabs here. And he might actually want to get out of there. Yeah, you don't want anything to do with the inside down low there. Let me catch my breath. What a major moment that was. I am left speechless. I really am. There a lot went down there in a short amount of time. Sugi is in 4th place. Swifty is in 3rd place. Okay, we're getting scores for Campello. Am I missing who he is, or are we going to have to sort this out? I'm a little confused on the Campello and second bit here, but don't let me be.
Scores are coming in.
Yeah, scores are coming in. They're recalibrating. I understand. Campello definitely had his opportunity there. Oh no. What was that? Ouch. I'm being scanned. Whoa. All right. Are we still here? Or was I dreaming? We're at Cloudbreak on the SS Thundercloud, and it's firing. It's 6 to 8 feet, and it's windy, and I'm commentating a windsurfing contest. Am I dreaming? Pinch myself. I'm still here. I can't believe it. It's really true. Unbelievable. Life's great, isn't it? Oh my goodness. With the sun setting in the South Pacific and the waves firing at Cloudbreak Reef, with the wind blowing more than adequately to finish this thing. My name is Kai, and I am bringing this to you live on a boat, and I am a huge fan of all sports in the water: surfing, windsurfing, foiling, kiting, boogie boarding, e-foiling, whatever. It's beautiful to be here. Windsurfing, however, is special to my heart, and especially wave sailing, that discipline. What we're witnessing here is an incredibly dynamic sport based on a lot of different elements that have to combine to allow us to do what we're doing here today. And that's namely having waves and wind from certain angles that allow wave sailing to reach new heights like this. Robbie Swift crushing this wave, roof riding it. And I'm just sitting here going, this has to be a dream. And we're all living it here today. And thank you for everybody joining us, because this is what it's all about. Here are our current standings. And, rising to the occasion, Baptiste Clarek in first place, 16.44. Robbie Swift in second with a 13.47. Takuma Sugi with a 13.03. Ricardo Campello with a 7.33 for that wave that he caught. This puts him in striking distance. Don't count anybody out. It's not over till it's over, and Cloudbreak, as if on cue, is offering a late rally here. The flag's still up. We have 2 minutes remaining, by my reckoning. Baptiste Clarek fades behind the peak. This is one of those wide, dangerous ones. Here comes Clarek, aiming for the sky. Big aerial into the pit, still going. Second aerial, just piecing it. Baptiste Clairac showing the world that he is a world title contender here at Cloudbreak. Third aerial on this wave, and probably the best one, and he doesn't mind going to shish kebabs at all after that. What a display by Baptiste Clairac. That's going to likely be the highest score of this final and possibly the event. 3 aerials, 1 wave. Here comes Ricardo Campello. 1 minute and 24 seconds left in this heat. Everything to play for it. Ricardo showing up here, and this is another one of those wide elbowed ones where he's going to have to get on his horse and do some lip hitting. Campello squares his bottom turn, high lines it towards the inside section. Can he sky this aerial? Way off the bottom. Campello's crushing the lip all the way through the section. That was a radical display. That was a radical display right there. Antoine Martin, our honorary 5th finalist. Pumping furiously to try to get into this thing. And Cloudbreak gives him access for 1 more hit. Here comes Martin, but it's done. And let's see if that's the last scoring salvo, but it's not. We have event over. However, Sugi was on this wave when the heat went down. Is this going to count? Sugi's on an absolute window maker here. Sugi's on a wave. And this was caught before the end of the heat. So this has implications. Sugi definitely caught this wave before the end of the heat, and he's done. And Antoine Martin elbowing in on a wild-looking Cloudbreak offering here has set himself up nicely. Oh my goodness, that's a beautiful moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to conclude the 2023 Fiji Surf Pro in thrilling fashion, as we have a rider going for broke on the end section, and that is worth the price of admission alone. Wow. A lot of things happened there. A lot of things went down. We have to gather ourselves. Here's a replay of all these historical rides. Baptiste Clairac has won the contest. He's done himself proud. And we are watching replays, but we might want to cut live to Clairac. There he is. Baptiste Clairac. This is the high line. That was just a spectacular ride. This kid's got a bright future ahead of him, and he's got a big trophy in his trophy case. Yeah, Baptiste! Woo! Couldn't help myself. All right. We're going to do this right. I just got handed some kava. Just a moment. There he is. There's our event champion. Soaking it up. Mava. Awesome stuff. My jaw's on the floor. It's been that way for a while. Baptiste Clairac winning the 5-star 2023 Fiji Surf Pro. That is what I'm talking about. I may as well also announce the women's winner is Sarah Hauser, 15.07 total over Sarah Kita Ofringa, 13.40. Coco Fouveau rounds out the podium in 3rd place with a very good display there. Let's take in some of these highlights. We will also be bringing you the awards ceremony right now. Baptiste Clarek and Sarah Hauser are our champions of cloud break. And that's awesome. Look at Clarek's wave here. The sheer amplitude of this high line ride diving into the inside section only to just sky that air. And the control. And the punishment that cloud break delivers. That was the hammer. Oh, this was the best contest ever. Oh, yeah. Let's see if we can get a guest MC here. Paul! We're going to bring on Paul Karolidis. Come on up. We just want your impressions. You were on the water all day. And please join us. That's fine. None other than the one and only Paul Karolidis joining on the panel. Paul, how was it out there in the channel today?
Man, there was some scary sets. At one point, we're trying to go closer to the peak because the current was the other way.
Yeah.
But every now and then, when you saw the big set, you were like, "Oh no, I want to go the other way."
You saw some people getting lit up. I mean, Clarek got one. He got axed. Sarah Kita got a big wave on the head.
Man, Sarah Kita I think she got the best wave of her life.
Yeah, that was amazing.
So, man, her turns right in the pocket, and you should have been there here to hear her screaming out of joy.
Beautiful. What an amazing moment for wave sailing as we watch epic highlights here. Paul, thank you so much for your hard work shooting this event. You and your wife Sophie have brought such an element to the sport of your documentation, and just this is so fitting for you guys to be here documenting this. I can't wait to see the footage and what else. And what are you hearing from some of your friends back at home about this and what they're watching and the gravity of this?
Oh, they're enjoying it. I had a friend, he saw one of the shots I took yesterday from behind the peak, the one that you could see the lip going and then you could see the sail in the foreground. And he was asking me if I was still alive after that, after taking that one on the head.
Beautiful moment here. Paul, you were here last year. We definitely enjoy having you here and the presence and everything. I do feel that you're also kind of like me, this fan of the sport.
Oh, yes.
You have this huge enthusiasm. Bring me a little bit about what you think this event actually means for windsurfing.
Man, we thought last year was good. This year it's on another scale. I think this is what pure wave riding down the line, gnarly sections, big airs. This is what makes people get excited about windsurfing. And I think if you're not into windsurfing, you see clips from today and the first day, then you say, wow, that's an exciting sport to watch.
And yeah, for people who actually do it like us, and there's nothing else that you'd rather see than some of these battles, some of these heats that were getting won in the last minute. Campello making the final with that last little window. Just an incredible event to consider. You couldn't have even scripted this. If you had written it yourself, you wouldn't have been able to come up with some of these outcomes. Talk to me about Baptiste Clarek and what you see him doing on the wave that's setting him apart from everybody else.
I saw him first time ever last year at Cape Verde, and I was impressed with his timing on his aerials, and that's not the tag that he's used to. But then after seeing the pictures that they had from a few days before the contest, the big day they had, I was like, wow, this kid is really good. And then seeing him live here, I said to him, his timing is impeccable on the wave. He goes super late, gets the heaviest section of the wave and just throws him forward.
Yeah.
And then his turns, he's so loose on his turns. He's properly surfing the wave, not just doing airs, but proper surfing the wave.
He seems to have this gear, both with the speed, but then the speed of his turns.
Yeah.
It's two things. Yeah. It's like the forward speed, but then the speed of his turns is just, it's crazy.
And then when you're close, when you see him going down the line for the next section, the speed that he gets, and also if you see his eyes, the concentration in his face, looking down the line just to get the right spot to hit.
And there's our champion, Sarah Hauser, who you didn't really mention, but there was that other wave with her and Sarakita that Sarakita, gave to her graciously, and Sarah really did go to town on that. That was an amazing ride as well. It almost was the same score as Sarakita's big bomb, which was an 8.1. This is a huge score, just enough to edge Sarah Hauser into the champion's position. But I mean, credit all the women here who came here and did battle in a ferocious environment. This is a dangerous place to sail.
Yep.
And they all persevered in a very, very challenging situation. Well, Paul, I appreciate you signing us up with us. We're getting ready for the awards ceremony.
Okay.
We're getting ready to see all your shots and your footage. Thank you so much. Really,
thank you.
We just wanted to give you a little moment to say hi and appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, man. Paul Karolides, half of the Fishbowl Diaries team here. We are in business. Cloudbreak has delivered. And we wish you all the best there at home. Thank you for joining us. There's Hauser. That winning glow. The podiums are next. Stick with us right here. We will bring you the awards ceremony shortly. Enjoy a little behind-the-scenes footage in the meantime. There's our men's bracket. And you look at the semis. Campello, Sugi, Clarek, and Swift. In the final, Clarek sealing the deal. Seizing that momentum that started in round one with some of these aerial antics. A super impressive display. Baptiste Clarek's going to remember this one for the rest of his life. It's a career-defining moment. And the men's title race heats up considerably. There will definitely be a shakeup in the rankings here. Things have flipped so considerably since the Aloha Classic concluded last year and we crowned Marsilio Brown world champion. This thing has been blown wide open. Wide open. Thank you for everybody for your kind words and encouragement, not just for the live stream, but just for the show that just got put on here. And my thank yous also to the local Fijian villages here who have granted us access to Cloudbreak. Thank you for everybody out in the water here for being patient while we finish this thing up. It's done and dusted, and I can only reflect really positively on the body of work that has been done. Wow. We really appreciate our sponsors as well. We'll rattle that list off one more time. Fiji Airways, Flight to Happiness, Vodafone, Fiji Surf Company, Victoria Wines, Aquasafe, Tourism Fiji, and Bayview Cove Resort, and last but not least, Bati Protector, Local Tradition Sun Protection. Thank you so much to our sponsors. And we are done. We are going to show you the awards presentation. It's been an honor and a privilege. Until next time, Vinaka.